Test, 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 test.
Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. Okay, good morning. Oh, please know how thankful we are for all of you who are joining us here in person. And then we would also like to have a warm welcome to those that are viewing this presentation online. We thank you for taking the time to be with us as we discuss and share our thoughts and unite the body of the youth space and joining us for the youth development session. I'd like to begin by introducing our panel here that will help lead the discussion, but certainly the value is going to come from all of you who participate as we move through the hour and 45-minute session that we have ahead of us. Directly to my right is Carol Callan. Carol Callan is the Women's National Team Director for USA Basketball. I know a lot of us have seen Carol in so many ways on the international stage. It's a real privilege to have her with us today. To Carol's right is Jay Demings. Jay also works with USA Basketball. He's the Youth Division Director. And Jay has been very busy with all of his recent efforts, and you'll be able to see a lot of his work a little later on in our session. And then Jay has a lot of work ahead of him. We're very glad to have him with us as well. My name is Danielle Donahue. I'm the Associate Commissioner for Women's Basketball at the American Athletic Conference, but I am also the chair of the Youth Development Subcommittee that reports to the Competition Committee that reports to the WCBO LLC. All that means is I'm the chair of a committee that's worked for almost 2 to 3 years on the youth development concept from an NCAA perspective. And we're really excited to have this opportunity to share with you today where we are and then together work for a very bright future. Wanted to also just send a shout out to the other committee members that have worked for 2 to 3 years from the NCAA perspective on this concept. Carol Callan was a big part of our group, of course. Beth Bass and Shannon Reynolds from the WBCA, as well as Cindy Fisher, who's the head coach of San Diego. She also is a Rules Committee representative, and Teresa Wins, who is part of the National Federation of High Schools. So just wanted to, as we begin our session, again, welcome everyone. I'd like to give you a little brief overview of what to expect in our time together in terms of the concept of what you'll see today. And then once you are comfortable with the concept, I want you to be thinking through our goals of what we'd like to accomplish. So let me begin by sharing with you our goals for this discussion. Our goals, number one, are to protect and elevate the game in terms of youth basketball. We want to increase participation, improve the quality of play, improve the quality of experience for our young players. And then secondarily, which is just as important, we want to unify this space of youth basketball. Very important that we have so many important stakeholders and we all need to be rowing in the same direction. As we go over what to expect in this time together, please be aware that we're going to begin with some slides so that everybody can be on the same page from a data perspective, from a information perspective. As we go through some of these slides, we have some interactive opportunities for you. We want to get some polls from you as we hit different topics. And then as we finish the slides, we're going to be very aggressive with these slides so we can get through them. We're going to have a very important time period where we break off into some groups, and we want your feedback and participation so we can chronicle your great ideas and we can, again, all move forward together. So is everyone ready to get started? Any questions for the good of the group? All right, very good. Let's begin. I'm going to pass off to Carol.
Welcome. Good morning. What we'd like to do is begin to find out actually who are you? Who is in the room? So using your clicker, this is not a college exam, but we just would like for you to respond to those questions. And we know that it was opened up yesterday during the games to the entire audience at the semifinal games. So you might not fit one of these categories. If you had a second life, what would you like to come back as? So if you could answer or click now, and we can figure out exactly who is in the room. And it will take just a moment to compile the numbers.
We'll see how quick people are with their clickers.
So most of you, good, are high school or youth coaches. You're exactly the people that we wanted to talk with today. So that's perfect news, and obviously a wide range of people. Any parents in the room? Good, good. Next question we have for you. What do you think of youth basketball at the moment? Without any information other than what you've seen yourself, maybe heard what people say, how would you rate the state of youth basketball pre-session, before we go through things? The good news is we're not identifying who you are, so you can answer quickly without worrying about consequences. And there is no right or wrong answer. Somewhat this reminds me of, I was in education for years, high school education, public schools, and every parent said our school was great, but every other public school had to be terrible. So sometimes you're living proof of what you think of this, and sometimes you aren't. So it looks like we're a little bit in the middle. It's not all that bad. There are good people doing good things. It's not all that great. There's a lot that could be done. So that gives us a good idea on how to begin. Our next question, part of the problem that we're going to have here is there are things that we can control and things we can't control. And the more that we've chatted with people, the more we realize there are some real macro things going on in our society, and I'm not sure we can control that. For instance, parents are a little bit afraid now to let their kids go play at the park. They just don't think it's as safe to go outside. We can't deal necessarily with community safety. Another thing that I notice, having been in a team sport forever, the sense of community sometimes erodes. So kids want to transfer quickly. Or, individual rights. The Bill of Rights is a great thing. It's our greatest strength. It might be our greatest weakness in the world of team sports. So we couldn't really come up with everything here. We're only allowed 4 thoughts, but we're just curious what you think initially. And this, don't dwell on it. Just sort of pick what you think might be the biggest problem. Biggest. They're all problems, maybe biggest. And maybe they're not problems. We'll find out. I talked to the commissioner for the Colorado High School Activities Association, and he was lamenting that one of the largest schools in Denver couldn't field but one level of basketball, and he felt participation was a huge issue. So we're just curious on what you're thinking. And then at the end, this may shift. So lack of skill development, lack of quality coaches, interesting. It's good to know for USA Basketball's youth division. We'll be addressing some of that. So what we're going to do is we're going to take you through some slides. And you have a copy of them, a hard copy, so you can follow along in case you can't quite read everything that's up there. We just wanted to give you some information. Basketball is the #2 sport in the world behind soccer, of course. And so this is really a good thing. I think basketball is interesting. You can play it in your driveway just shooting baskets. You can play it 1-on-1. You can play it 2-on-2. You can play it 3-on-3. And that's a big initiative that FIBA has begun, and we're at USA Basketball carrying that on. You can play it 5-on-5. You can play pickup. You can play it so many different ways. And we're hoping to be able to measure that eventually. This is some of the numbers that we have. You'll notice China has more people playing basketball than we have in our country. So that's why the NBA is over there. And I think the Pac-12 is trying to move that direction as well. Some of the skill development concerns have surfaced through the NCAA's compiling of statistics. Last year, how many Division I teams, NCAA Division I women's basketball teams, do you think shot over 50% from the field? There is a correct answer here, but it's okay if you don't get it. How many Division I programs are there? 300 and something?
Yeah, 332.
The correct answer is 1. You saw last night that the NCAA awarded a plaque to South Carolina for the biggest improvement, and that Notre Dame had the highest field goal percentage at 51-point-something% this year. So clearly, there is a bit of concern on skill development. This will show you over the course of the last 10, 12 years the progression of field goal percentages in the darker red. Orange is three-point field goal percentages, yellow is free throw percentages, and green is scoring. I think it's interesting, if you look at free throw percentages, it's pretty constant. So people know how to shoot. Can they shoot under pressure? Has the refereeing changed? Are the athletes better? Are the coaches better? Is film study doing a better job at preparing defenses? And as a coach, would you think that if I watch enough film, I can stop anybody unless it's UConn or Notre Dame? So what I want you to do as we go through these slides, I think everybody is familiar with the saying that an optimist sees the glass half full, a pessimist sees the glass half empty. I'm going to throw out Danielle, the engineer, sees the glass as being twice as big as it needs to be. So as you look at stats and data, remember that there are different perspectives to everything. A defensive coach would look at this and think this is great, but is it also an idea that maybe skill development needs to improve? Well, we'll discuss that. Here's some more slides. This is really not youth. This is a trend. Nielsen rating for the championship game, the NCAA Final Four championship game. And you'll notice that there is a fairly steady decline, but who knows why? Are the games on late? You know, this is a great time zone. We think Denver was a great time zone. We're from Denver. And, you know, then it's not so late for parents, elderly, to be out not only attending but watching those kinds of things. Why don't they watch? You know, again, you can draw lots of conclusions. We want you to just sort of think your way through this. We don't have the answers. We want to get them from you. Here's attendance by conference over the last, well, since 2005. Kudos to the Big 12. They're at the top. And I know everybody, there was a marketing symposium by the WBCA on Friday, an all-day symposium on how you improve attendance and how you grow the game. And I think, if nothing else, the white paper has made people talk, and I think it's good that we're discussing that. But you'll notice also that the beginning point isn't all that different than the ending point for each conference. So, you know, there might be one that's down, but they're kind of all over the place and somewhat holding steady. So once again, just food for thought. What do you think is the biggest challenge for youth basketball? Again, this isn't complete, but what would you say today before we get too far into the discussion? And when we put overzealous adults at the bottom, that's coaches, as well as parents, as well as personal trainers, as well as anybody you think that's over the top. Interesting. So choices is at the top of the list, which again might not be all that bad of a thing unless you're thinking that they're just sitting around watching video games all day. That's probably the one choice that people shake their heads on. But so we're going to show you where we might agree with you on that. This is team sport participation trends in high school. You'll notice that basketball is up at the top. Basketball has been the #1 team sport in terms of participation for many years. And you'll notice that basketball is a little bit declining. And you'll look at the other team sports. Lacrosse at the very bottom is probably the fastest growing sport, the newest sport. And you can see that soccer, soft pitch, well, softball might be the other one that's sort of leveled off and declining, but the other two sports, both volleyball and soccer, are growing as well. If you look at the top green line, team sport participation overall is up. And we would say that's a good thing. So it's not so much that they don't necessarily drop out of sports. It's just that basketball maybe has leveled off a little bit because there are other choices. And there could be all sorts of things that happen as to why eventually people leave basketball for another sport. But it may not be that complicated either. So again, we're just trying to throw this out to you to think a little bit here, and we're going to come back to discussions with you. If we had the answers, we wouldn't need to be here going through some of this. We could just tell it to you and send you a flyer. So these are the rhetorical questions, the who, what, when, where, why, how, that we're trying to figure out at USA Basketball. And Jay, that's Jay's job. Jay will eventually tell you everything he knows. Down at the bottom, what kind of basketball? I think one of the neat things about basketball, I said it at the beginning, is you can play it in your driveway. You can do pickup. If girls are not as open to pickup, and I think boys play pickup all the time, but girls maybe not as much, we think 3-on-3 basketball is going to be a really neat way to do pickup in a different way. And I think a lot of coaches are starting to implement that into what they're doing. But these are the questions eventually that we want to try and answer at USA Basketball. So here's some things that we found out from an ESPN study in 2012. Notice basketball is the gray, light gray at the top. And notice that really for all sports between the ages of 6 and about 11 or 12, participation grows. And then at about 11 or 12, participation in all sports sort of tails off. Those are the numbers that ESPN looked at. And again, we'll talk in this room later amongst each other as well some of the things. Percentage of adolescents who played sport, girls, 25% of the girls play basketball, 23% play volleyball, and we don't have figures that this would be unique participants. It could be that I play basketball and I play volleyball. But these are the numbers that were from that 2012 study. So if, in fact, people are leaving the sport at the ages of 11 or 12, why do you think they're dropping out? And here are just 4 questions or answers again that we'd like to get your opinion on. And the slide coming after this, don't look at it yet, is going to sort of tell you what ESPN found. But what do you think? So interesting that specialization and the amount of time that they have, they're overscheduled, basically. 35%, and then everything else is fairly even, with a tie between other non-athletic interests and not fun. So here's what ESPN found out in 2012. And this is for girls in the red, boys in the blue. 38% said I was not having fun. 36% said they want to focus on their grades. Now, we might question whether kids really said that, but it sounds good. I'm sure my sons would have said that. Just kidding. So anyway, you can read what all has come up. So again, food for thought. We hope to be able to solve some of these problems later. So two of us are sitting here from USA Basketball, and Nuka had asked us to participate. And I just want to give you a little bit of perspective about USA Basketball, and then Jay will jump in on the youth division. But USA Basketball is a national governing body for the sport in the United States. It was authorized in 1976 through the Amateur Sports Act. Congress said that there should be an Olympic committee that oversees the international play of all of our athletes, as well as the development of the sport domestically, and each sport should have a national governing body. Initially, we were called ABA USA because it was an amateur group. Up until this time, the Amateur Athletic Union took care of all basketball in this country, and when a team went overseas to play in the Olympics or the World Championships, the AAU put that team together. So in 1976, we were instituted, we became the national governing body. We had a heavy focus and only focus on national team programs that went overseas to compete. We said to the AAU, you've been doing so much, you just take care of it domestically. So what this slide shows you is that, yeah, we've been pretty good on the women's side. 1976 was the first Olympics. We are now in a string of 5 straight Olympic gold medals. Since 1995, we are 80-1 in either Olympic Games or FIBA World Championships. I remember the loss very well. It was in Brazil. We lost in the semifinals to Russia and got the bronze medal in that World Championship. Other than that, we've been winning gold medals. If you look at the statistics right underneath that, this will tell you how good we are across the board at the youth level as well. We have a U17 World Championship program, a U19 World Championship program, and a college program in addition to our senior level. We have an overall record of 96-2. And I can tell you where both of those losses came. They came in U19 World Championships pool play. It didn't keep us from getting the gold, but it woke us up several times and maybe showed us that, you know, we're good, but we're not that good. So you can see that we've had great success at the national team level. There's another thing I like to think about other than the half full, half empty, twice as big comment. Your greatest strength is your greatest weakness. What's interesting about this is television will tell us that they don't really have great interest in us because we have no drama. They know we're going to win. So they don't really want to put us on TV, or they're not dying to put us on TV. There needs to be drama. So what they may want to do is do a reality show on us on who doesn't make our team, because that's more interesting than watching our team play. So good things, you never know. So here's what we've been doing. And this is basically the path to becoming an Olympian. And if you look on the left, in red, you see Developmental National Team Program. That's basically what our youth programming has been up to this point. We have a U16 qualifying team that feeds into the U17 World Championship. We have a Youth Olympic Games once every 4 years. It will be this summer. It's a 3-on-3 competition at the Youth Olympic Games. And it's been a 17 and under. This year it'll be an 18 and under event. What we do to select those teams is we have a trials. And normally in a trials, we'll invite 30 to 35 athletes, pick our 12-member team, and go. With our youth level, we have now begun for the last several years at the U16 level in open trials, where we open it up to an application process, and we will cap it at 150 young girls that want to come and try out. So we acknowledge that we sort of know who the best ones are, but there's always a great story. And last year, 2 kids that were applicant athletes made our team. So we acknowledge that we don't know all the answers, and sometimes kids are overhyped. Sometimes kids just don't get known, or they're not evaluated correctly, or whatever, or they come and they have a great weekend. Whatever the reason, we found great success with open trials. And if we start getting too many kids wanting to come to our open trials, our next step would be to have trials regionally, or at least identification camps regionally. But when we do this, we do a day and a half of skills development, off the court kinds of things, and then we put them through trial sessions to pick a team. You'll notice then they go over to the right to our junior program. That's more of a college-aged group. It's a 19 and under World Championship, World University Games, Pan American Games, and then they become an Olympian. And most of our Olympians, we're good because we have a Diana Taurasi, a Sue Bird, and a Tamika Catchings that already have played in 3 and they want to play in 4. And by the way, Tamika Catchings' first event with USA Basketball was back in 1996. So we have great continuity. It doesn't say a whole lot of opportunity, however, for the masses. So let me show it to you in a different way. This is how basketball works in the United States. On the right side is the development, scholastically primarily, but also summer basketball, club basketball, whatever. Give a shout out to our friends from Nike. They do an elite basketball league. There's a lot of things that people do, whether it's recruiting or not, to develop kids in the game. And that's all done on the right side. Our programming is on the left side, and you can see how we just borrow players and bring them over to us. We then train them in international strategies and those kinds of things. And you can see that basically the left side matches the slide before, and you have it so you can read it and really study it at some point. But that was the national team program. I think everybody acknowledged a couple years ago that there's more to it than just the national team elite level athlete. And so I'm now handing off to Jay. Thank you.
Sure. Good morning. Thanks for having us. I think to start, this is a really exciting time, not just for youth basketball, not just for women's basketball or girls basketball, but for basketball in general. And Carol did a great job of explaining where we've been. We've talked a little about where we're headed, and I'll give you a little background about where we are today. And our mission now has expanded here at USA Basketball to include this massive undertaking known as the Youth Division. So some of you may be familiar with the path that we took to get here today, but in 2005 there was a basketball summit held, not unlike this one, with some key stakeholders talking about the future of the game. Out of those discussions, iHoops was launched. iHoops was a joint initiative between the NCAA and the NBA in an effort, in a first effort to sort of unify the game and unify the space. Last January, iHoops was integrated under USA Basketball, and what does that mean? That means that we acquired the assets that were iHoops. So that was our website and content, and the partnerships with the NCAA and the NBA, and virtually everybody realized that it makes sense that basketball, and youth basketball in particular, should fall under the national governing body. So I came on board here in November of 2013. Since that time, we've been building out our infrastructure, and I'm going to share with you in a minute a little bit about what we've been doing to enter a space that already exists, and we'll get to that in a minute. So you have it on the slide. You probably can't see it that well here up on the board, but the color, the beige-ish orange, it looks to me, color on the top right from here is talking about who we serve and the people that are out there playing currently. The youth portion in green, and there's a little bit down there under what we call the open division, that's the opportunity, and those are the people that we're really going to try to reach en masse. Now, we talked about people at the elite space, and I know a little bit about the elite space. I came from that space on the boys' side a little, and having coached a bunch of players, who are truly elite, who've gone to play in the NBA and high-level Division I colleges. That space makes up such a small percentage of what we're talking about here. What we're all talking about and who you all coach and administer make up about 1%, if 1%, of the total playing population in the United States. So we get asked the question all the time, are you going to fix the issues in recruiting and poor coaching? And well, we hope to. We hope to offer something for everybody, but That's not where you go in, and we'd be making a mistake by doing that right out of the gate. So if you look at the participation numbers there in 2012, both in the youth and the high school space. So youth, we actually tabulate between ages 6 and 14, high school 15 to 18. That makes up about 13 million or so, a little over, 13.7 million. The number of people participating in basketball countrywide is actually 23 million. We actually believe it's closer to 27 million because we're only counting ages 6 on up. And really, if you think about it, we were all introduced to the game prior to age 6. And whether we know it or not, whether it's you were crumpling up a piece of paper and throwing in a basket to see if you could get that ball in, get that crumpled paper in the basket, or you had that little Fisher-Price hoop in your living room, and you'd bounce the ball around, or the Nerf hoop, or what have you. So that number actually could be higher than 27 million. And we want to capture, we talk about it, people that are introduced to the game and how we all fell in love with the game, and that brought us to where we are today. But if team participation in sports is up, but basketball is slightly down. Well, we need to not be afraid to get those people back into basketball, and that's what we're here to do. We'll go on to the next slide here. Oops. Didn't mean to hit that. So, and here's how we're going to go about it. So you look at our vision there, developing an inclusive basketball community. Again, we're entering an existing space. Unlike some of the other national governing bodies such as soccer and lacrosse, when they came in, they had a blank slate to work with. We can't shut down basketball tomorrow and say, let's just start over and do it the quote-unquote right way. So we're looking to develop an inclusive community of everybody inside the space, and that's everybody from ages 0 up to 18, and as Carol mentioned, beyond. Our mission is to promote, grow, and elevate the game. So it doesn't matter if you're involved in basketball in terms of being a nonprofit or a for-profit organization, but we intend to have something that will serve everybody. And there are our goals, and they're based on those values that I think sometimes get lost when we're talking about elite level basketball, going back to the fundamentals and to the true values that not only develop players on the court, but off the court as well. And here's how we intend to do it. I'm going to give you a brief overview here, and I'm going to be around after this and tomorrow to go over this, but we'll explain where we're going to enter the space and what our model is based on. So we have 3 areas of focus, and you see them there in the top boxes. The first one is the most important one to us, and that's basketball development. And that includes, everything that you see there, and maybe even a little more. So obviously the first one is player development. So that's everything you could possibly imagine to develop the complete player, both on and off the court. That could be basketball tools, software, skill instructional videos, guidebooks, online resources where players can now interact with one another in sort of like a Facebook for basketball. Then we get on to coach development. So our idea here is to reach the player, impact the players by reaching the coaches, developing good quality coaching so that a child's first introduction to the game isn't a poor one, and they decide to go on to those other sports that we had mentioned. So it's about keeping everybody under one umbrella, keeping them in the sport, teaching them the right way, teaching them a progressive way so that they have an opportunity to stay involved in the sport. And maybe they don't go on to make their high school team, which if you notice where those numbers start to decline at ages 11, 12, 13, that's when your middle school sports start to cut athletes. So our job at Carol's level is to make the ultimate cut, which is tough to do, but our job at the youth level is to increase participation and include more players in the game through different playing opportunities like 3-on-3, 1-on-1, whatever it might be. And then how we intend to reach everybody is through our accreditation program. And our accreditation program, you can look at it as if it's our stamp of approval program. If you're an organization that's overseeing coaches and your coaches come through USA Basketball to receive their education and their training and their background check, we would be able to stamp your organization as approved by the national governing body. And we think that it's long overdue. So going through the organizations to reach the coaches, to impact the players is our model. We're not looking to come in and reinvent the space, nor should everybody that's tried that has failed, and we won't be included in that group. But how we do intend to deliver the model are through events and technology. So we'll skip over events for 1 second, and technology plays such an important role. We lose our athletes, unfortunately, to video games because, quite frankly, video games sometimes do a better job of engaging young people. And we need to do a better job of engaging young people interactively and socially. But recognizing that technology isn't going away, we do intend to offer a number of opportunities to access our programming online through player skill development tools, coaching development resources and programming, and organizational tools. So if you run an organization, you would be able to come in through USA Basketball and maintain your organization through a credible body to be able to carry out your programming to whatever it is that you do, wherever it is that you do it. And events, again, these aren't 500 team events where you come in and it's a money grab for the masses. These are events that we use as sort of a carrot to those organizations who are doing things the right way, who buy into the model, who can then go back out and deliver that to their athletes, and we would reward or invite those organizations to come take part in a greater event. And some of those might include team tournaments and 3-on-3 events, but predominantly those events are going to take the shape of regional camps and clinics, not just for players, not just for coaches, but for the people that administer the game. So it's great to come into a community and run a high-level event and have, whomever, Kevin Durant or a high-level athlete and a high-level coach come in and give those camps and clinics. But what happens when the cameras go off and the lights dim and you leave those communities? What do you leave behind in that community? You don't leave behind much once the players and the officials leave. So we're looking to leave behind real tools and resources and train the administrators to take this model back to their communities, and then support them through our technology model long term. So that's a little bit of our area of focus and our model and how we intend to deliver it. I could literally talk about this for 24 hours straight, and I'd be happy to do so with any of you. And we can meet right after here in the corner of the room, or tomorrow, and we'll go for lunch and we'll have another session just to talk about this, because I love it. And why we're showing this to you is because you're here to give your ideas and to your solutions to the problem, and we're here to accept them and then put them out to the masses. So I'd be interested in hearing from all of you shortly.
Thank you, Jay. I'd just like to see kind of a nod of heads. Was this quick presentation valuable to you all? Was it helpful to kind of go through the data, to see the good work of USA Basketball from the elite level, and now as they move into this youth level? Hopefully this was valuable time spent to catch everybody up so we're all on the same page, not only for the discussion we're about to have, but certainly as you go back to your own communities. So I see a lot of heads nodding, so I'm very, very glad that you're pleased. Well, that takes us to the next portion of our time, and it's going to be our discussion portion. So as we get into this discussion portion, I'd like to explain what's going to happen. As Carol mentioned, I went to school as an engineer, so I like to be organized. With this first question, what we're going to do is divide everyone into groups. So for example, in your head, you'll see on a scale of 1 to 5, what is the state of youth basketball? So in terms of your answer, if you believe it's a 1, we'd like you in this area of the room, if you'll take your things and all join here. If you believe it's a 2, in this back corner. If you believe it's a 3, this far corner. If you believe it's a 4, this near corner up front. And if you believe it's a 5, let's keep you right here in the middle. Don't move yet. As you head over to where you think the game is, please know that you're going to have approximately 15 minutes of good discussion time. We're going to ask you to elect a writing captain and a speaking captain in your group. As you go around the horn and share your perspectives, please respect everyone's time. Let's make sure you keep your comments. Let's see how succinct you can be to give your opinion in 1 minute or less, if possible, inside your team. If you need a little more, maybe your group will allow you a little more, but let's try to respect everybody's time to be able to speak and give their opinion. Again, the writing captain, let's make sure you categorize or write down the good ideas of your group. And then that speaking captain, we're going to have the speaking captain come up here to the front and report the top 3 ideas as we move through some of these questions of your group, and we'll lead you through each question. We're going to move these flip charts, I'm thinking of the word, thank you, the flip charts to each group so you can be sure that that writing/speaking captain will write those top 3 ideas on your flip chart so we can make sure to hang on to those ideas as we move forward. Oh, we'd like to write all the ideas, forgive me.
Circle the 3.
Circle the top 3. Yes, Carol and Jay want every idea, so that's wonderful. If you'll write every idea that you come up with, but as Carol said, let's circle those top 3, and then your speaking captain will report on those top 3 to the overall body. Is everyone comfortable as we get started? In this first exercise, as I just mentioned, on a scale of 1 to 5, what is the state of youth basketball? Why do you select that number? And who or what has made it that way? Again, please move now if you believe it's a 1, front of the room. If you believe it's a 2, back of the room. A 3, far corner. 4, near corner.
And if it's more than 10, you want to set smaller subcommittees at each group. We should.
As you move to where you believe the state of the game is, if you have more than 10 people in your group, let's split up into multiples of 10. So each working group should be multiples of roughly 10. And we'll walk around to help. In just a few moments, you're on the clock. Test, 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 test. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is your 2-minute warning. This is your 2-minute warning. In 2 minutes, everyone will stay where they are, but your speaking captain will be called to the front to report your top 3 answers to discussion question 1. This is your 2-minute warning. Please have your speaking captain prepared to report your top 3 answers to question 1. It's kind of test, test, test. Okay, so this is good. All right. Okay, we have about 30 seconds. Yeah, let's put him up there for the camera. Okay. All right, if the speaking captains can please report up to the stage. The speaking captains from each group, if you will report to the stage. Everyone else, please stay where you are. Speaking captains. We need some fun music. There we go. There we go. Yeah. Great. Come on stage. All right. Music down. Great. Okay, we're going to get started now with our reporting, Group 1.
Okay, Group 1.
And please introduce yourself.
I'm sorry. My name is Angela Gober, and I'm from a school outside of Houston, Texas called Porter High School. Going quickly, we thought that our 3 top problems, with us being the number 1 group, we thought we needed to go down and get the most basic. So we think that lack of parent involvement, not too much parent involvement, lack of is our problem. If the support at home is not supporting them and to be the best that they can be, it's all about being their friend. And so if they come home and complaining about how difficult things are at school or whatever, then, the parents do not say, well, you need to get things right and go. The skill development, I think that all kids want to have a good time and want to have fun, and they all want to play at a young age. We have a little dribbler organizations that are around, but the lack of development for coaches in the little dribblers, the parents take on. The kids are having fun, but they're allowing them to get the ball to the basket any way possible. And so with that, they lack their skill development. So if they're having fun and developing their skills, then they will have them, the good habits are formed. And then once they get up into the middle schools, in Texas, we have athletic periods still. And I don't know about all of you, but we do, and that's a good thing. But the seasons are so quick and fast that our coaches are not always chosen for knowledge in sport, but knowledge in the classroom. So somebody might just, okay, if you'll coach the basketball team, you can teach English here or whatever. So, and you try to do clinics and things, but if their heart isn't in it, then they're not really going to pay attention, and they're going to make the tournaments and schedules and things like that, but not the skill development and things. So, and then counselors, we brought up in the schools around, are not necessarily trained to get these kids on the right track to go to college and the things that they need to do to be academically accepted and skilled.
Very, very good. Thank you. That's a great report. All right, let's give a quick hand for our number one group. All right, very good. Now we have two number two groups. So how about one of the number twos come on up? Speaking captain for one of the two groups. Yep, come on up and please introduce yourself.
I'm speaking on behalf of one of the number two groups. My name is Tony Dorado. I'm the national manager for high school basketball for Nike. And we had a lot of discussion, a lot of great ideas, and a lot of them I think were integrated or intermingled. The one I think that came out the kind of the most common element was coaching the coaches, was providing opportunities to really coach people and give people the expertise or some of the knowledge to, as we get into this youth space, to be able to not just be able to go out there and just pick up a ball or roll out a ball, but really be able to have some sort of certification, stamp of approval, something from where the USAB can take a lead and really be able to give parents the opportunity to identify who are people who have some sort of coaching background or some sort of coaching expertise or some sort of coaching education versus somebody else who has not done that. And we thought that USAB would really take that stronger role right there. Another thing we talked about was no accountability in the summer. Is that there is accountability during the school season from a high school coach who may have accountability towards a principal, towards a superintendent, to their school district, to a headmaster, whoever it may be. But once we get to the spring and summertime, that there is no real accountability for anybody overseeing that part of it. And so again, that kind of stamp of approval and being able to give a parent information in terms of where that person is coming from, in terms of who's coaching your daughter, we thought was very, very important. I think the other thing to kind of step back on the coaches too was kind of tying into what you guys are saying about skill development and how important being able to have that coaching expertise, being able to lend itself to coaching skill work and not just playing games. And the last thing we talked about was kind of the disconnect in the socioeconomic issues. And is that part of the participation decline that we're seeing? Is there a socioeconomic issue that we're not really talking about? That's kind of an elephant in the room that people are afraid to discuss. But is that something to really look at and consider when we're talking about the state of youth basketball?
Very good. Thank you for your report. Let's give this group number two a hand. Great feedback. We have another group number two coming up. Please introduce yourself.
My name is Chris Johnson, and I currently work at the GLIAC. I've been coaching high school basketball for 20-some years, and I'm about to head into the college ranks. So I'm excited for that. Our group, our awesome group back there. Thank you. The main thing, our strongest, I guess, point was the quality of coaching. Basketball is a highly skilled sport. And I don't think, especially at the youth level, a lot of coaches know how to teach the game. And another example, when you've got little kids, you want to get them excited about the game. Keep the fun in the game, and I think that will help participation numbers. And a great example that someone in our group gave was, got a little girl, first time playing basketball. Coach did not know her name the entire season. Never got to know her. She didn't learn anything. Devastated. Stopped playing. And I'm sure that happens a lot. So the quality of coaching, I think, would help a lot of these, or we believe would help a lot of these areas. So we got to teach the coaches how to teach the game, but also make it fun, especially at the younger levels. Fundamentals lost, obviously that has to do with coaching. Again, teaching them how to coach the game. And then parents, kind of opposite of what Group 1 said, we think the parents are too involved. I mean, there are some parents that coach, and again, can't be objective, but also give their daughter too much entitlement. It's not your fault you're not playing. You're on an AAU team. You should be playing and getting all the minutes. If you don't, they're pulling them. And that's difficult for, I think, that youth as well to deal with all of that. There's enough pressure on them already. The parents should be there to support them and help guide them through this process and keep it fun. Anything else I missed, you guys? Okay,
All right.
Thank you.
Very good report. Thank you. All right, we have 2 number 3s, so let's go ahead and bring up a speaking captain for one of our number 3 groups. And please introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Rocco Solito. I coach girls high school in Brooklyn, New York. The thing I found interesting is that although we're at the level 3 where we thought the game is okay, is that all the things that were mentioned by the lower groups are some of the things that we had concerns about. So obviously those are the issues that we're most concerned about. Inexperienced coaching at the lower level, we find that with the women's game or with young girls, that we find that a lot of more experienced coaches don't mind coaching the boys. And then a lot of times, and I've seen that especially in our area, where it's just a parent that kind of gets recruited to do the girls' team. So I think that's a big issue where if we could get better coaching at the lower level, that would help us down the line. We had a concern, of course, with AAU, which as high school coaches who are here, that's always an issue with us. What we find a lot of times is the girls disappear for the summer, play 100 games, and they don't get better. Now, that's not the case with every program, which is why we also mentioned that it's gotten kind of watered down where you got programs popping up all over the place. A lot of them become money makers as well as even a lot of the tournaments. So, there are good programs, but this needs to be refined a little bit, I think, the AAU programs. We thought, again, that we have someone in our group who does some skill evaluation, and he felt that the skill level of players, especially at the elite level, is much better. He also felt that even at the younger level, there are people that are doing good work, and there are girls who have skills that are better than it was 10 years ago. We're not quite where we should be, but it is improving to some extent. And basically what we're saying is that we needed to make the whole better. So there are pockets of areas where girls do get what they need to do to get to the next level, but there are others that don't. The other thing that came up, which also came up in some of the others, is the cost of this. As a high school coach, I find we have girls that want to participate in the summer activities but just can't afford it. So you have those that can do it, and then you have those that can't. And then what happens to those players? Those are players that might be those that go on and become better players at some point, but they just don't have that opportunity to do it. So, I mean, in summary, I think the idea is that even though our group thought we're in a good place compared to 10 years ago, that there are certain problems that even the other groups thought were an issue.
All right, very good. Thank you for your report. Let's give this number 3 group a hand, and we have one more number 3 group to report.
Good
Good morning. My name is Mary Klinger. I'm a director of athletics at the high school level. I'm also a basketball coach, and I played at the Division I level. Thank you to our group. There were some wonderful ideas, and really got the ball rolling. I don't want to keep repeating the common theme here, but we thought fundamentals, the lack of, was probably the biggest thing. And with that, the second thing was the coach's education. A lot of times at the youth level, you have a mom or a dad coaching, and it becomes about their daughter. We have problems with the fun issue because it becomes about their daughter. And I think the third thing, or actually it was the second, was the certification process that all coaches should go through. And there should be a minimum level that they have to reach in order to coach. And I think with that, you'll have more experienced coaches leading that. And they can see the pitfalls, the things that work, the things that don't work. And I think it will lend, well, our group thinks it will lend to a better experience for all. Thank you.
All right, very good. Thank you, group number 3, our second group number 3. Now we're going to go to our next discussion question. And as you can see in your materials, also on the boards, stay in your groups. As a youth coach and stakeholder of our game, what is the biggest challenge for you and youth basketball? What is the biggest challenge for you and youth basketball? You're going to have 10 minutes to deliberate this. Again, let's be succinct with our sharing time with each other. Please have a writing captain and a speaking captain, and we will call you up to give your top 3. Well, actually, we'll take your top 2. Let's take your top 2 for the biggest challenge for you and youth basketball. We'll take your top 2 in 10 minutes. You're on the clock. Test, test, test. Okay, I'm giving you a 2-minute warning. You have a 2-minute warning. Please prepare your speaking captain to report on your top 2 answers. 2-minute warning. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Let's start sending your speaking captain up to the stage. Please send your speaking captain up to the stage, prepared to report on your top 2 answers. Okay. All right, speaking captain from group number 1. Top 2 answers to our current question. As a youth coach stakeholder, what is the biggest challenge for you and youth basketball?
Okay. Group 1, we decided that we have an umbrella, and that umbrella is commitment and finding gym space, work ethic that is involved to get what they want, entitlement, they feel entitled to things instead of understanding about the work ethic, finances, all of this goes with commitment for everyone involved, coaches, parents, kids, the whole bit, and then communication. So we feel like commitment, and to put that in perspective, I told our group that what I feel like is that I say to my kids every day that you're going to have to do things that you don't want to do to get what you want. And you're not going to be able to just go through the motions. You're going to have to do it well, and that's going to be in a job and whatever it is that you want. You're going to have to expect excellence from yourself at everything.
All right, very
Commitment.
good. Thank you for your report. Let's give a hand to group number 1. All right, how about a speaking captain for group number 2, one of our number 2s?
Again, I think we had great input from our group, but I think we kept coming back to 2 very consistent challenges. The first one was lack of role models for the girls in youth basketball, that there's been an increase in guys in basketball, which is great, but we thought that, hey, having those female role models in all phases of basketball and youth basketball, whether it be administrators, coaches, referees, all those things were really, really key for girls. And then the second challenge was also just looking at those declining numbers in terms of participation, and how do we create more opportunity for girls, whether it be recreationally, whether it be in high school, but maybe not on the varsity teams or not actually on those teams, but making sure that we're creating those opportunities to increase participation, because everyone benefits from that full circle. Those girls that, if we keep girls in the game, then those are the girls that may have a better chance of taking care of that other challenge, like being role models, because they're going to come back and be coaches, or they're going to come back and stay involved in the game, or they're going to be moms who make sure that they create that time for themselves in their very busy schedules to be able to actively participate in their girls' sports life.
Very good, thank you. Give a hand for this group number 2. The good work of that group. Okay, our second group number 2 report.
Similar to group 1, we felt, today's age, it's a different kid culture altogether. Poor attitudes, poor work ethic. It's hard to reach the kids a lot of times. They just don't care. They don't have that drive, that passion. You just keep getting negative feedback from them, and it's hard to reach them. So it's hard to get the most out of those kids to begin with. And then there's a lack of communication and collaboration amongst all the different levels of coaches. So for instance, if I'm a high school coach and my feeder schools coaches, we want those high school coaches to reach out to them and give them, here's what we do at practice, here's some drills to work on, some basic fundamentals, teach those middle school coaches, kind of what you want them to learn, basic fundamentals, and just work together, make them feel a part of that program all as one. Administrators, even we talked about administration all coming together. Just try to, be a team, work together, and then that will help. I think we thought with the coaching certification, making better coaches, all of that would work together to develop skilled players and have fun. All right?
All right, thank you. Very good. Thank you for that report. Let's give a hand to our second number 2 group. Moving to a number 3 group. Okay. And you're new to the stage. Let's introduce yourself.
I'm Mark Lewis with Blue Star Media. I'm a 25-year college coach as well, so I'm just an old guy. Anyway, one of the points made, first off, so many decisions made on the youth level end up being a result of what's best for the elite level, leading into recruiting, and it just dictates too much where we need to look more at what we felt, and I felt in particular, we need to focus on the whole, not just on that elite group. What's going to improve recruiting? What's going to improve summer schedules? It almost always goes around, the college end or the college schedule, the NCAA recruiting calendar. And this is a bigger picture thing and just something that has to be geared towards a bigger group of kids. And then the other thing was improving the entry level group, make that more appealing. And later, we had somebody else mention lower that entry level. We're talking about 5th grade so many times. Other sports are starting at younger ages. Let's get them in sooner. But then lastly, keeping them involved. We got kids that come, and the numbers show with the graphs that we've seen is the kids are leaving the sport. So the experience as a whole at that younger age really has to have a focus to keep them involved long term, or we're going to keep losing kids. So.
All right, very good. Thank you for your report. Let's give a hand for this number 3 group. We have one more number 3 report coming.
We shared a lot of the same ideas that you did. We kept coming back to, however, the one being resources, and that includes not only the socio-economic, but also the quality of coaching as a resource. And then the one thing also is the decline in PE in the schools, because a lot of times that's the first introduction that these kids have to a sport, especially basketball. And with many of the schools across the country cutting that program, the kids aren't getting that. So they were basically our 2 best ideas.
Very good. Thank you for that report. Let's give a hand to that number 3 group. All right, we have one more discussion question as we finish our time together. Please stay in your groups. As you can see in your materials, the question is this: what are short-term goals or quick fixes, and what are long-term goals for youth development? I know this is an enormous question, and we do have a time limit. So please write down everything as discussed. We want to keep all of your feedback, but in terms of your report, we're gonna hone in on you sharing your top 2 short-term goals and your top 2 long-term goals. But your writing captain, please write them all down. Yes. Okay, I would say in terms, you want me to? I'd say short-term goal, let's stick within 3 to 5 years, we can get it done. And in terms of a long-term goal, maybe our vision in terms of what we'd like to see in 10, 15, 20 years. So what can we get done in 3 to 5 years? What can we get done in 10, 15, 20 years? What's the vision? What would we like to see? Please give us your top 2 in each category, but write them all down. We'll just report on the top 2. You're on the clock. Test, 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 test. Okay, this is your 2-minute warning. This is your 2-minute warning. If your speaking captains can begin to identify your 2 topics to report out on for short-term and 2 topics to report out on for long-term goals. And she's going to. Test, test, test. Okay. If the speaking captains can begin making their way to the front. Speaking captains, and we do not have to go in order. I see some people are finalizing their answers. Anyone ready to jump right up to the stage? I see one of these number 3 groups mustering. We may start with our number 3 group in reporting. Perfect. All right. All right, very good. Thank you. We're going to begin our reporting with the number 3 group.
Okay, snooze, you lose. Our short-term goals, 3 to 5 years. We talked about a real certification program, not just pay your money and you can sit on a bench, but educational based, also with skill development and actual coaching involved in that real certification. The other thought we had was age-based curriculum, and start that at whatever 3rd and 4th grade level, and make it age-based. Appropriate size basketballs and skills that we can develop and go through all the way up to the high school, collegiate, and possibly WNBA level. The other one was increase the availability of tools at all levels. And we talked about videos, a library. With the internet, you can put basic basketball on the internet and you can have a tremendous amount of resources. We're talking about possibly putting that in one portal so that you can just access it. Just go to one site and possibly access that. Long-term vision, dream, and talked about the integration of the technology and just making everyone aware of what is out there. And we also talked about long-term, and we keep coming back to this, having a mentorship program. Some of the coaches more experienced really mentoring the younger coaches. And I think it would make for a better environment, better situation for a lot of the kids. And then we talked about the library of information for all coaches, that they can have access. Everyone can have access to it. That's ours.
All right, very good report. Let's give this group number 3 a hand. All right, how about the next group number 3? We're working our way backwards.
So we came up short term. What we thought is that we need to have better training for the people at right at the beginning. So the people that are hands-on are the ones that are going to be able to put in place more of the short-term goals, which means certification for the coaches at that level. Another thing they came up with was, which I thought was a great idea, is to have some kind of a directory of resources where you may have in your area former coaches, people who played the game, who are in the area and willing to give time. If that was kind of centralized and you could say, well, you know, I'm in the New York area, who's out there that's willing to come in and help us out? Because there's a lot of resources out there, we just don't know they're there. On the long term, and we kind of talked a little bit about the European model where you kind of have milestones for skills to go along the way, but we would do it differently here where club teams would be certified and so that you would have a team from the younger age, meaning 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, all the way through, and that organization would be certified so that you know as you go through that club team, you can kind of move up in there instead of bouncing around from one club to the next club. And you know that you'll be getting the skill training as you move up through the different age groups.
All right, very good. Thank you for that report. The other group, number 3. Let's move to our number 2 groups. How about a number 2 speaking captain? Thank you.
Our short-term goals, we didn't really come up with a way, but we somehow have to find time to teach the skills and find a way to teach the fundamental skills. That's what's lacking is, you know, a lot of AAU programs, we talked a lot about AAU, they get a bunch of kids together and just throw them out there and play. Skills are really not taught. So we somehow have to get back to encouraging the kids to go out and develop skills before they just play. And then regulating AAU. There are no regulations. They can play a number of games as they want to. They can go to as many tournaments as they want to. I'm sure there's no cost limit, travel, all those kind of things. Kind of regulate AAU a little bit more. Long-term goals, change the culture from just playing at all levels to more skill development, as I talked about before. And then coaching certification, we thought maybe use the soccer model. That's been very successful. Look at it and tweak it to fit basketball for long term.
All right, thank you very much. The great report. We need another number 2 speaking captain. Here we go. New to the stage. How about an introduction before you give your report?
My name is Sharika Montgomery, and I am Director of Compliance and Administration from the Big South Conference, and we are the second, group number 2. We are very similar to some of the things they said. They talked about teaching skills camps in the summer. Instead of just now, we have our team camps where we roll the ball out, we're all scrimmaging, getting a little recruiting in. No, let's go back to the actual teaching and development. The next one we had up here was coaching certification. That's kind of a common theme. From a long-term standpoint, I know someone's already talked about the organizational culture, and also we talked about sponsorships for free camps and teaching. But why I'm up here is because I felt in talking with our group, they had some great ideas, but I felt before we talk about short-term goals and long-term goals, let's put 2 words on top of that, and that's buy-in. Because regardless of what our goals are, short, long-term, until we get everyone to buy into those goals, we can't go anywhere. So we have to first, let's get everyone to buy into whatever we decide is going to be. We have to get everyone on the same page, from the top down to the bottom. Let's all buy in. Thank you.
That's a great report. Nice. Great job. All right, very good. The second group number 2. Now let's do our group number 1 to conclude our reports. I like that, buy-in.
We got buy-in.
Buy-in, buy-in.
We got it all. We got it all.
You get it? Yep.
I could just use gym voice. But anyway. Okay, we felt like before we started the short term, we said, what's our long term first? And going back to what you guys were talking about in the beginning, we need to increase the shooting percentage at all levels. And we want more visibility. We want our TV time to go up. We want all of that up. And we want less injuries at all levels. And so for that, we decided to go back and then do our short term. So we feel like in the 3 to 5 years, we all need to have shooting clinics, coaching clinics for every level, and not just one time. Not just one time, especially I think that all the coaches, or we think that all the coaches need to get together, AAU, high school, the little dribblers, what have you, everybody, and have these coaching clinics. And I think that the high school coaches need to be very visible. We think that the high school coaches need to be very visible and in their areas, because usually that's who gets out there in Texas anyway. And so elementary, middle school, high school, AAU. Elementary school PE teachers get left out a lot, and I think we need to incorporate them into what we're talking about. We need the administrative buy-in. We need them for our facilities and to be available for everyone. The time spent needs to be all year, not just one time a year. Consistency throughout all levels, and start to finish to get where they want to go. Rules that make sense for each level, going along with what Group 3 said, and that's it.
Excellent. Thank you for your report. Very good. Well, let's give a great round of applause for all of our regroups, all of our reports, all of the great information that we were able to collect. Not only what was reported out, but also everything that was written in on all of your white paper boards. Your feedback is so valuable, and it was such a joy to be able to dig in for this quick, aggressive hour and 45 minutes to get us together, to create a great buy-in, to be able to unify this very, very valuable youth space with all of you stakeholders, the people that are on the front lines of our youth development, those in this room, those online in terms of our broader audience, and those that were not able to be with us today. We thank you. And from our panel, Carol Callan, Jay Demings, I know the blessing and the idea of Anuka Brown to have these summits, and for myself, Danielle Donahue, we are so pleased with this time that you all have given us today. Just a few housekeeping items. One is in this little basket right here that Carol has. Please place your business cards. We want to stay in touch with you if you would like to continue to be updated on the progress of the youth development from a USA basketball perspective, from a communication, from the NCAA perspective. We want to make sure we have your email addresses and your contact information. So please drop your business card in here if you'd like continued dialogue. Secondarily, thank you for your investment. As we all know, the youth space feeds the pipeline of our entire great game. And it is so important that we all focus and help and unite in this youth space. So this was a great step of many to come. Anuka has said with these summits, this is just the beginning of continued dialogue. And this was the goal of this time together, was to engage this group, but to know that we hope we have many, many, many more of these conversations. So thank you for your time. I don't know, Anuka, if you wanted to speak. Oh, do we have another mic? And then also, I know Anuka's gonna address the group, but please, this is just the first summit.
Hey, you guys, yeah, thank you. And I also want to thank Carol Callan and Danielle for putting this together and extending themselves. So we're about to have the second part of our summit, and it's the business of our game. And the reason why I wanted to make sure I address you all is when we think about the business of our game, we have to think about the costs related to our game. Some of the things that you brought up this morning speak to the finances of the game. So I encourage you to stay and be part of this next session. The more armed you are with information to take back to your own communities, the better you are and the better positioned we'll be to grow the game at all levels. So this next session is all about the business of our sport, the fiscal realities of our sport at all levels, and I think you'll have a lot to gain by staying and listening to this. So I'm going to bring, I think, Tracy on, and we'll take a few minutes just to get set up. But thank you again for being part of this session. We encourage you to stay. we ready? All right. Good afternoon. It's a little afternoon, and we have a phenomenal session for you right now. My name is Anuka Brown. I'm the Vice President of Women's Basketball Championships at the NCAA, and this has been a long time organizing and so necessary. We just had a phenomenal session discussing youth development, and there's so much to be learned. And there's so many nuances depending upon what state you come from and how youth basketball is handled at the state level. There's so much dialogue, but there's also an incredible amount of passion involved when you start to talk about youth development. So we had a great session. We are kicking off the business of basketball. And when you think about the business of basketball, it starts to strike you, depending upon what level you are at, in different ways. You know, when you think about it at the WNBA level, that's the foundation, right? It's a business. When you think about it at the NCAA level, you think about, it's about the student-athlete experience. How do we address it from a business context? And so sometimes that makes people uncomfortable. But there's a tremendous amount of power in realizing the commercial potential around women's basketball at all levels. And so it's responsible to have that discussion. How do we start to realize our commercial potential? That's what this session is about. It's about addressing the business aspects of our game and addressing it in a candid, open discussion. I'm going to hand this over to Tracy Hitz, our Director of Marketing at the NCAA for women's basketball, and she has some incredibly talented people here that she's going to introduce. Thank you.
The papers, the runaway papers.
All right, well, thank you very much, Anuka. As she mentioned, passion is definitely something that we have here, and that's the reason I'm here. Is this working? Yes, that I can tell actually as well. Perfect. Well, like I said, we're all here because we're very passionate about women's basketball. And while I have an amazing panel here, we really do want this to be a very interactive session. We have people live streaming at home. We're all here they're watching and responding via Twitter. So if you have questions, there's microphones all around, and we definitely want you to pop up here. If you also have insight, because what we're trying to figure out is what do we need to do and how are we going to get there? So by the end of the session, that's hopefully what we can do. One of the things that I just wanted to introduce, Anuka said that I work here at the NCAA, and actually my background is I've worked in sports for 99 years. My first 50 were in the NFL, and I actually invented the Super Bowl. So I just wanted to make sure that you guys were all aware of my background. But actually, that's a lie, obviously, and that's what you need to do in marketing is you need to have a brand and you need to have a story, but it needs to be true. And I think one of the biggest things that we're missing is a disconnect in that the stories that we're telling across youth basketball, high school, college, and into the WNBA, we're not all telling the same story, and the fans aren't believing it because they don't think it's true. They go to one event and they see something, they go to another event and they see something else. So what we're gonna try and do here today is figure out where we need to go and how we can get there together. So we're going to start this off by having my panel introduce themselves, and they're going to tell you why they're so passionate about being up here and passionate about women's basketball.
Am I leading off since I'm closest to you? Well, thank you so much, Tracy and Anuka. I am so honored to be a part of this panel today, and thanks to all of you for coming out. This is obviously something we're all, as Tracy said, very passionate about, growing the game together and finding new ways to do that. My name is Amber Cox. I'm the Associate Commissioner for Women's Basketball for the Big East Conference. I've been in the position about 6 months. Prior to that, I was with the Phoenix Mercury, the WNBA's team in Phoenix, for 9 seasons. And I'll just start at the beginning. I actually grew up in Missouri and played basketball at an NAIA school called William Woods University. I am not the most esteemed graduate of William Woods. The most esteemed graduate is Carol Callan from USA Basketball. So a good pedigree of women's basketball from William Woods. I was a student athlete there, played basketball, and then started to try to find my way. How was I going to stay involved in sports? So I got into sports information. I quickly realized how much work that was. So I got out. Our Big East media relations person is sitting back there, and became an associate athletic director of another small NAIA school in Missouri, and served in that role for 5 years. And then moved to the Phoenix Mercury as the director of marketing. And I hit the WNBA at a really interesting time. And there are some folks in here that have been selling it for a lot longer than me, even though we're the exact same age, Kelly, Karen. But I hit it at an interesting time because in Phoenix, they had just drafted Diana Taurasi, and they drafted Diana after being not very good for a few years. So the business was really at a low after starting in 1997 at a really high point. So my boss at the time, Jay Perry, came in and set up a business model for the Mercury, and I was hired as the director of marketing. So I was really a part of something and building it up over the course of 9 years as the director of marketing, then as the COO, then as the president. And just alluding to why this is so important to me, I really grew up, my introduction to basketball was through my dad. When I was 5, 6 years old, we would sit in front of the television on those Sunday afternoons and watch the Boston Celtics. Larry Bird was my guy. Something about not being able to jump very high or run very fast, I related to that. But I grew up watching him, and that's who I modeled my game after, and I was a huge NBA fan. And as I got into the WNBA, I started to feel like I missed out on a lot. I didn't get to watch Annie Myers, Cheryl Miller play. I wasn't exposed to those women. And so for me, when my niece was born about 5 years ago, my passion went to a whole nother level, because I think the WNBA and women's basketball as a whole is so important. It's so important for our little girls and little boys to be able to have role models to look up to and aspire to be like, to see someone like them, and to say I can work or play women's basketball professionally. So that's my story.
My name is Chancellor Gero. I'm from the University of New Mexico, and I've been fortunate to be there about 25 years, and I probably played there about 50 years ago. So one of the things that, when you play in an arena that holds 18,000 people, and at that time we played in probably 200 people, we were fortunate enough, our attendance went up to about 10,000, so right now we're at about 6,000. But one of the things I really want is for every young woman to be able to experience playing in front of a crowd. I think a lot of times females take that for granted. You go into a men's arena and there's a lot of people, but one of the things I think it's all of our responsibilities in here that we have to make sure that we grow this game, and we can't do it alone, and that's why I think we're all here and to do it together. But the biggest thing is, when you look at it, just like she said, you get to see some of the great people that get to play. We want to make sure our kids never forget where they came from when there was only 200 people in an arena. And they need to understand it took a lot of people to help them grow, and there's a lot of great mentors in here that have done this, and I think we all need to carry that on.
Hi, I'm Hillary Shav, Vice President of Marketing at the WNBA, high school basketball player, proud Duke graduate, and spent many years in the music business, really. That was my first career. I come from the entertainment music side. I actually invented country music. And actually, I was on kind of the pop and rock side. And as it became kind of a bit more of a troubled industry and I started thinking about doing something next, I had an opportunity to come on board at have some conversations with people at the NBA. And this was about the time my second, third grade daughter, who had played basketball, since she could walk, and as a kindergartner, first grader, second grader, did some clinics and played a lot after school. It was really her passion. And about third grade, she said, how come all of my friends are playing on teams? How come all of my friends have teams and I haven't been asked to join? And so I said, which friends? Well, it's Max and Jake and Zach, and all of the boys were starting to play kind of in less just play around clinic situations and more official game situations. And so I started thinking about making this career change as an avid sports fan and basketball fan, and looking at my daughter, who really, we think that our children have all the opportunity in front of them, and realizing that as an 8-year-old, she was questioning why she did not have the same exact opportunities as her guy friends did. And so kind of all came together for me that I wanted to be at the WNBA. I wanted to be in a position where I was promoting and forwarding sports for women as role models for, as Amber said, not just young girls, but also young boys. And so I'm in my 6th year, about to start my 7th season at the WNBA, and continue to move things forward for women's basketball.
Excellent. Good afternoon. My name is Andrea Williams with the Big Ten Conference Office, and just want to thank Tracy and the NCAA for including me on this wonderful panel. Certainly we're not the authority on women's basketball, but it's great to be in the room with all of the stakeholders and caretakers of the game, and I'm looking forward to our dialogue today. My background is I was a military brat, moved around quite a bit. I claim San Antonio, Texas as my home. Had the great opportunity to go to Texas A&M University. Whoop, Gigamags, I know you're out there. As far as to be able to play both volleyball and basketball there, and from there really kicked off my career in collegiate athletics. I probably had about 4 or 5 internships, student assistant positions. My mom was wondering when I was going to get a real job, and out of their purse and pockets. That still has not happened. But certainly just very excited to continue to be in collegiate athletics when that was such a big part of my background. I had an older brother and an older sister who also participated in sports and went on to play at Division I universities. And so for me, basketball was always, or sports in general, was always at the fabric of our family, and it was always about athletics as well as academics. And so at a very early age, it was introduced to me. Tracy, as far as your question as it relates to passion, I would say mine probably came a little bit later. I grew up with a colonel in the household, and so it was about you're going to play sports. So it was just something that I knew, and I understood that that was going to be part of my life. But after I graduated from A&M, after I got into this profession, it really did give me a look inside of all the different individuals, whether that was coaches, administrators, who created opportunities. And so now to be on the flip side and have a better understanding of all those who worked for us to create those opportunities for former student athletes to be able to give back, that's what I'm passionate about, and to create opportunities and to make lifetime memories and experiences for the next generation that's coming up. That's really why I love college athletics. That's why I do what I do, and hoping to continue to do that moving forward.
Great. Fellow Aggie. So,
love it.
Hello, everybody. Thank you again. Thanks, Tracy and Anuka. It's great to have everybody here together. My name is Kelly Krauskopf, and I'm the president and general manager of the Indiana Fever. I think I'm a true hybrid in terms of my professional background. My background is really rooted in college athletics. I started as an administrator at Texas A&M University after I finished playing there, went on to the Southwest Conference office, which is the Big 12 today, and found my way. Val Ackerman found me out there. I was hired as a first director of basketball operations for the WNBA, and have gone on from there to starting my 15th year in Indiana running the franchise there. And what I'll say that really intrigues me about today is, first of all, it's sort of a long time coming, and it's really great to see all the brands. As I look down here, I see all the brands together in a room. What intrigues me is that this is an opportunity. Everybody in this room that's here today and that's going to be watching, I mean, we are the keepers of the game. And if this business is not taken care of by us today and going forward, I don't know who else is going to do it. I learned from people like Donna Lopiano. When I was young at Texas A&M, Lynn Hickey was the athletic director and also the coach, and she said, I need somebody to sell tickets, put together a support group for women's basketball, do some game promotions, and I've got to go to practice. Here's your office, here's your phone. I don't even know how much I can pay you. But so I just sort of developed this job, and the first person I sat with was Texas, University of Texas. I see Jody in here. Because they were doing it right. At the time, they were the ones that I learned from, and in terms of how they were marketing and already selling tickets and doing the things that I learned how to do for our university, and then going on from there. And now in the WNBA, we really are entrepreneurs. I mean, we have the opportunity with guys that are owners who believe in women, who believe in women's basketball, who believe in our sport, are letting us build this game and letting us do that in our cities and in our markets. And we're the keepers of the game, and at a different level, but I still feel very close and very much rooted to where it all began, which is really as a student athlete at Texas A&M and then as an administrator. So to have everybody here today, I think is a tribute to the vision of what Anuka and you guys have done, and I think it's terrific, and looking forward to the discussion and seeing what we can come up with.
I told you I had a really good panel, didn't I? And my background is that I did work at Northwestern University for 13 years, and then I went to a sports marketing company, and then I was lucky enough to come back here and work for Anuka. And when I made the move, people said, well, you have all the experience. Why aren't you working for men's basketball? And it just was crazy for me to hear someone say that, because women's basketball is where I got started. That's how Andrea and I know each other. And because I worked with Andrea while she was at the Big Ten and I was at Northwestern, I realized what her challenge was every day. She was trying to wrangle in 11 schools trying to be on the same page for women's basketball. And now that I'm here and went through my first season at the NCAA, I was trying to wrangle in 20 host schools to try and get out there and have that same message. So one of the things I learned while I was working at the sports marketing company is that a lot of schools, because we worked with college and pro teams, the schools aren't really doing the research that they need to do. And so when we would put together a marketing plan, it wasn't really about the strategy, it was about tactics. And I couldn't really get most of the people to see beyond the tactics. And what we're hoping to do today is really concentrate on the strategy, get one unified message, and kind of go from there. So research is definitely rooted in where we've been, and that's where we're going to start our first poll question. I think everyone walked in and had a little poll thing, but I like to always check and see who I'm talking to in the room so that we know. We're very entrenched in the white paper, and I just wanted to check and see if everyone in the room is as well. So if you can give us a minute and put in your answers. Perfect. All right. Well, we actually have the woman who wrote the white paper here, Val Ackerman. And like I said, she has done so much research, talked to over 100 schools. And what we're trying to do now is take that research and actually do something with it. And that's really solutions is what we're trying to do and what we're trying to come up with here. So the first thing we want to do is talk about, Vala says, the women's game is different, but it's not less than the men. So we're talking about trying to get creative. So today, the things that we're going to run through is to, oh, sorry, that's not the right slide. All right, well, what's going to go over the objectives for you today is that we're going to try to define the brand. That's one of the things for sure that we're trying to do. And again, as I mentioned, it needs to be believable. Everyone needs to be on the same page with what we're saying and what we're doing so that's not different. Again, how do we get the youth level, the high school level, the college level, and the WNBA to all be saying the same thing? Then we're going to identify some of the challenges. I like to call them opportunities. Anytime someone tells me I can't do something, I try and find a way to do it. So hopefully you guys will see it the same way. Again, how can we, when people tell me, well, this is what's keeping me from moving forward, I need help with X. How can we, as NCAA, as a WNBA, together have that one voice to get things done that maybe you can't do on your own, on campus, or at a team? Then we're also going to talk about the role of the media. Again, it's about telling the story, but if the media doesn't know what story you want to tell, how are we able to get that out there? ESPN did the 3 to C last year, and because of that, our game really grew because people knew those 3 players. And so to be able to have those stories out there, but as a marketing person on campus, we aren't always the ones that are with the team. We don't always know the stories. We try to create them, and we hope that ESPN will pick them up or that the media will pick them up. But working at Northwestern, in Chicago, we didn't really get that much media. So I really wanted to focus on that. And then, of course, again, the next steps. I want to walk out of here today with 2 to 3 things that we could do this year that we could implement and that would really make an impact. So by the end of this, hopefully we can kind of get to there. So the next is, what is our goal? When I came to the NCAA, it's been, is it attendance? Is it revenue? Is it TV ratings? And I think that that's one of our first challenges, is try to figure that out. So for me, we want to find out just in general, what is the most marketable asset? And so that's going to be our next goal for you guys to pull in, and then we're going to talk to these women and get some answers. And while we wait, I'll just have you guys kind of, in your careers, what have you seen has been a big challenge for you for marketing, and what do you see as that then turning into an asset for you to market?
Everything. Yeah. I mean, I would say what we've seen that's clearly a differentiating point in our game, and you always everybody's comparing you always to the men, is probably the accessibility and the authentic piece that our women offer. And constantly, I'm going on 15 years in Indiana, and we continuously get fans, new corporate sponsors, people in our city that say, your players are so real, they're so easy to talk to. They'll stand for 20 more minutes and sign autographs for my 9-year-old, and that's the DNA that I hope and pray we never lose, because I think that's what makes us part of that, the accessibility and the differentiating point of what we've been able to do in Indiana, and that's what keeps people coming back to our games, and that's what keeps people engaged in our brand and in our team.
I agree with everything that Kelly had just shared, and I think when you ask what some of the challenges are, it would be great if we had individuals like Tracy, who are seasoned veterans in the marketing area, who understand the game of women's basketball, maybe understand the institution, what the culture is of their community. But a lot of times in the marketing field, whether it's on campus or in other organizations, those folks are straight out of college, they're a little bit younger, not as seasoned as others. So being able to find individuals who are deeply rooted in the game of women's basketball, who bring that breadth of energy as well as just knowledge and experience, those are some things that we've lacked on the women's basketball side, that people who understand the game bring that to the table and able to engage, whether it's the coaches, whether it's the administrators, but really to create that fan frenzy that's in the community for those who do want to come to the games. They want to engage with the student athletes because they are so approachable, and the game's just a little bit different in that manner. So having folks who really understand both marketing and women's basketball has been a challenge for us.
I think just overall apathy is one of the biggest challenges facing our game. I mean, in my time with the Mercury, it went from, people that would say, I don't like women's basketball, to, yeah, I'll turn it on, I'll watch it on TV, I follow it in the newspaper. But transitioning people from being very apathetic and saying, oh yeah, we support the team, to becoming a very passionate fan is really the process of getting them in the door the first time. And that process is one of the most difficult I've seen in my 9 years, kind of transitioning an average Joe that may follow the team into a really passionate follower of the team.
All right, well, it looks like the fact that we have so many answers that are so close is exactly why we're trying to figure out what is it that we have to market here. Everyone here says that by the pure basketball, it's just that these women really are out there. They have a good time and they're playing. They're not showboating. They're great sportsmanship, and that's what we're looking for. And I think that is kind of a differentiating factor as well. The accessibility of the teams. I know at most games you'll see autograph sessions on the women's side, but you won't see it on the men's. And so being able to capitalize on all of those things, but we're also trying to market to different groups and ages and all those kind of things. So one plan isn't going to work for everyone else. So, but I'd love to hear what some of the other things are that you guys think are the challenges, or the strengths that we have to market. These are just ones that I've heard the most, but would love to hear from people out in the crowd. Or, yes, step up to the mic, please.
I get frustrated because I still think people's decisions about how they're going to spend their time outside of the workplace are still being made by males. And even watching some of our female athletes who come through our system with full rides and everything else, coming to the men's game as opposed to coming to a women's game. We just have to change. And yet we hear all these wonderful stories about where the buying power is, but those kinds of social decisions are still very much male dominated.
I would agree with that. And I would say another change that I saw in my time, my 9 years with the Mercury, is we stopped marketing as much to women. It became about dads with daughters because that was an easier in. You could get them in with the heartstrings, like bring your daughter and spend quality time, and they would be hooked. That would be a reason they would come back. It was definitely a struggle.
Shelley Benninger with East Carolina University. I think one of the things that we find very successful is obviously the cost of attendance is a lot less at women's basketball games. And so I think that's reflected in the attendance and the demographics of who's showing up at our games. Mm-hmm. You're going to see young people with families who can't afford the men's games or the football games with the higher priced tickets, or you're going to see those that are on a fixed income and they still want to come have social activity, they still want to enjoy the game of basketball, but maybe they can't afford what the pricing is on the men's side. And that's a positive and negative. It's a negative that it is so much cheaper to come to a women's game isn't exactly right, but it is the reality that we live in right now. But I think that's one of our things that sets apart women's basketball from the football and the basketballs is you can market to people to say it's very affordable. It's an affordable thing, and most of the time you're going to get much better seat location. You're going to be able to sit closer because there aren't as many people there, and that's what gets the interactive and gets them engaged more. And so just from a personal side, my family all lives in Kentucky, in Lexington, and so grew up with my dad watching basketball games and all of that, and my parents are now season ticket holders for women's basketball at UK because they can afford to go to it, they can get good seats, and they can still watch really quality basketball. And so seeing how that has morphed over their last 10 years of their life, my dad would never have gone to women's basketball college games. I mean, he just wouldn't have. He grew up with Bobby Knight and watching all of this and Larry Bird and all of that. But right now when he's thinking, I can't get tickets to the Kentucky men's game, but I can to the women's. And then, and this is very stereotypical, my father gets very irritated with the showboating and what goes on. He likes to see the pure basketball. And so he's seeing that more on the women's side. And so for him to actually say, this is a better thing, but a lot of it came down to being affordable and being able to get the tickets. And so I think that's something that we need to push more as far as it's almost cheaper in a lot of our schools, I would guess, to go to a women's basketball game than it is to go to a movie for kids and family. So.
Yep, absolutely. And I think that's, tying in families in every market, really, when you're talking about, getting families to come. In Indy, same situation. People live there because that's where they want to raise their kids. So we've done a lot of research in our market. We've have a lot of data around that is very targeted towards family nights, family packages, and I think we sell off the charts in those types of categories. But from a marketable asset, if you're just talking about marketable assets, I think the head coach. I think in every school, in our teams, I mean, your coach is a very big marketable asset, and because they're very visible, they're media. If you have coaches shows, if you have things that you do in your markets. We have our head coach call season ticket holders, ask them to come back, leave voicemails on their answering machines. But she's a very big part of what we do and a very big part of our brand and our market. And she's an asset. He's an asset. Whoever your coach is, I think that's find creative ways to utilize your coach.
Yes, I definitely agree. And if you can find those ways that are creative and inexpensive, that definitely helps as well. And I think that's one of the things that across the board we love to say. Yes, women's basketball means you get to meet the team and have all this interaction, and the coaches will be out in the community and meeting everyone. And one of the things that we want to make sure that, how do we make that happen? How can we make sure that that's happening here? How do we make sure that if you expect it at a college game that you'll then see at the WNBA? How can we all get together and kind of figure that out?
Hi, Kalia Collier with the St. Louis Surge. We're the new women's pro team building in the St. Louis market. And one of the things that we found as marketing our players as community members and athletes second, and it's almost a combination of the two, I think it really goes underrated of how many of our players are actual graduates and they have master's degrees, and I think that's been our story to tell first, And the bonus is that they're phenomenal athletes. So for us, we really package it as a community event, and the bonus is that you're at a women's basketball game on top of it, to see that type of excitement and entertainment. And the biggest thing I think is really instilling in every player is that every fan that we have, we've earned. You know, we're still paving that way. We haven't arrived yet, and it is your job to make sure that you tell 10 more people each day. And if that's not instilled in every player and assuming that they just kind of have that in them, it's they have to learn, they have to sell the program, because if they don't sell the program, it makes the front office job that much harder. And if the front office has a hard time doing their job, they don't have a job. And it's important for them to understand that. So the community member portion, I think, is something that we should definitely bring back to the forefront of just rallying that, because all of these women have separate careers. And that's what I think is really outstanding in women's sports.
Hello, Gregory Thompson. I have a question regarding, can this board, this panel, come up with ideas that are just specifically suited for the women's game as opposed to in the men's game? I could think of Wilt Chamberlain. They made changes when he was coming along to make their game better. 3-point line, the 3 seconds. Then they come up with the 3-point line. They made a lot of changes in the men's games to suit their game. For the women's game, this panel here, the 3-point line. At the college level, the women shoot from the same spot as the men. If there was a change maybe from the high school range, I know it's not a big range difference, but that's a change that might be more suited for the women's game. And you were 100% correct. Marketing to the dads for daughters was spot on. That did very well with myself and my daughter and a lot of my friends with their daughters. But there is some traction that's getting caught with the ability for the women's game to have people to dunk the ball. I'm not sure what percentage, maybe if it was risen from, it's less than 1% now, if that was raised up to maybe 5%, would that increase with marketing, television, ads and so forth? And that would have to come from the women's side. The men's side of the game, some men that will never enjoy watching women play basketball for whatever macho reason they have. But I think personally, if we could get it to where women, maybe 5% of the women could dunk at the college level, 10%, I'm not sure. We would need to do a poll, something like this to see. But I would love to see. I was thinking when Maya Moore was playing a couple years ago, she played just like Michael Jordan in the college level. But when she went baseline, if she was to throw the ball down on a dunk, I think that would just exponentially grow the women's game. Thank you.
Spoken like a true male fan right there. We hear that quite a bit, yeah.
Well, I guess my response to that is that back when Candace could do that and everyone was like, oh, a woman is dunking, and everyone was talking about it, but that was the exception to the rule. So when people came to the Northwestern games, they were like, oh, no one on here can dunk. And it actually hurt us because, you know, it's not what everyone can do. And again, you're telling a story that isn't all the way true. And again, it comes back to, we want to be believable, and you want people to trust you. Like I said, when I told you I was 100 years old, you're kind of like, how am I going to listen to anything she has to say? So we do want to make sure that the story we're telling is true, and that's really what this question is about: is what is our true story? But then also telling those exceptional stories. You know, if you do watch this game, this is going to happen, and being able to do that. So
one of the best stories I can tell you is I think in Indiana, and we had come through town for the first time with Brittany Griner on the roster when we drafted her last year, and she ended up not playing in that game. And I had a dad and a daughter sitting behind me who were so upset about her not playing. You know, the daughter was in near tears. The game was fantastic, heated as always. And by the end of the game, that little girl had fallen in love with DeWanna Bonner, who is also another player on the Mercury. And became just a fan, and they were going to come back because they had such a good experience. The game entertainment was awesome. The value was awesome. So I will tell you, from a marketing standpoint, the marketing of Brittany Griner, every picture was of her dunking. And that was most certainly a point of entry for a lot of people. She dunked twice in the first game against Chicago and didn't dunk the rest of the season, unless you were down at practice. But we gained a lot of new fans that came into the building. So again, it's what your marketable assets are. And certainly she brought a lot of attention because of that, and I think you'll see more of it.
So next we want to kind of talk about what's going on. We kind of mentioned it, that we need to be creative and to market uniquely to your own team. And what you'll find on the college level, and I'll have you guys speak to the WNBA, is that the people that are in charge of women's basketball, for me, that was my first sport. I was 21 years old and I was in charge of women's basketball marketing at a Big Ten school. And I didn't know really what I was doing, but I had amazing mentors and bosses that really got me to the level where I could actually market them. And what you're finding now, and even back then, is that if you don't have that, you have people that don't have as much experience and they're trying to get things done. They're trying to convince coaches to do things. They're given a small budget and they're not exactly sure what to do with it. So I would love to hear from a couple of you guys to talk about, how do you develop people to make sure that they can do women's basketball, and how do you keep them? Again, it's about the passion. For me, I've always been involved in women's basketball, but a lot of people see it as a stepping stone. I'm going to do women's basketball so I can get to men's basketball, or I can get to football. So how do we develop them and how do we keep them?
Well, we've gone through a lot of people, excuse me, in Indiana that came in for that reason. They look right at you and say, I love the WNBA. And all they can see is, they want to get to the Pacers staff. And so, we've learned over the years sort of how to weed out people. And sometimes some of the young people that we've hired, and I'm talking about ticket sellers primarily, because they're on the forefront. You're really, out there in the trenches, talking to our fans, talking to people. It's if they know how to, we do a lot of training, for selling. So it's not necessarily they have to just live and breathe women's basketball like I do, but they have to understand the game and have to understand, what they're selling. But our best salespeople, without a doubt, who are working at your schools or working for us, are people who, people who love it. People who have maybe played the game. I've had young kids come in that are just out of college who played versus somebody that's been in sales, and the kid out of college who played because of their passion outsold, the seasoned salesperson. It's just, that's probably a general statement, but it's, there's a reality to that factor of that passion that you have. So. Learning how to pick those people out, and in a pro organization, because we have a lot of intermingled staff, you have the 23, 24 years old. So I want to go work for the NBA, or I want to try this for a couple of years, and then I'll move over here. But what I tell a lot of our young ticket salespeople, I threaten them. Like, you're going to get a lot of no's, and you're going to hate your first year. I try to test to see how bad they really want to do it, because it's hard. It's very hard. It is, so you're selling ice to, people in Alaska. I mean, this is hard to sell this product. You're going to get people that don't, that just don't care anything about it. And we have a really good staff that understands, how to introduce other assets into where it's not just about women's basketball. And the league's done a great job helping our teams, helping our staff, because they're experts at it.
Well, and that kind of segues into college athletics. Not everyone's necessarily held accountable for women's basketball. They have a goal, but if they don't meet it, everything is okay, because men's basketball and football, drive the ship. So how do you hold people accountable? Being in the WNBA, I know that this is a business and you treat it like a business, and in college athletics, we're getting there, but how do you hold people accountable? How do you get buy-in from everyone? I know that on campus, it's marketing's job. How do you get it to be everybody's job?
One of the things in New Mexico, our women were making $1 million in ticket sales when we had 10,000 fans. So for us, it was a viable aspect of our budget. So our AD, we put a task force together as we saw our attendance declining. And that's one of the things you really, I think, have to listen to the season ticket holders. Sometimes you don't like what they hear for an hour, they kind of go at you. But for us, it was really important, and we're going to take some of that and go back and make some changes. But, it's a moneymaker. When you go from $1 million to making 450, that's a big hit on someone's budget. So your AD has to buy into it, and our AD did, because he saw the dollars. I think that's the difference in some places when you're making a lot of money as opposed to you're not. They do kind of ignore it, and we have to push it to the forefront for them.
Do you guys have any advice from the WNBA on how you can be more business-like on the college side? Do you have any advice?
Yeah, it's okay. I'll get involved in
Okay, I was like, I can
another
tell if you'd
question.
like to.
Yeah.
Okay, well, one of the strategies is, again, back to having younger people, and if you're not supporting what they're trying to do and who's doing women's basketball, is how do you get that strategy? How do you set that ticket price? So that's going to be our next question, is trying to figure out what people think the value is of a ticket. And this one's going to be for a college ticket, adult ticket, to figure that out, because, and you can go ahead and do your polling, but being able to set the ticket price at the college level then impacts what's happening at the WNBA level. You're setting a value. You know, when you look at something and you're like, oh, I wonder how much that is. When that's your first introduction, that's the price you always think of it. So while people like to give away free tickets and think, oh, they'll come in and they'll try it, well, you've set the value at 0. And so it's going to be really tough to then get them up to that next level. And I know for us on campus, we don't control those prices, but once they get to the Big Ten Conference Tournament or the Big East Conference Tournament, now you're asking them to spend however much the Big Ten has set their prices at. And then by the time they get to the NCAA, we're at a different price. And then again, back to up to the WNBA. So all of the ticket pricing strategies come from, they all affect each other, and we really need to be on the same page with that. And so trying to figure out, again, any ticket pricing strategy advice that you guys might have and the value you see. A lot of times people's first instinct, if they're not selling tickets, is to just discount the tickets. That must be the problem. But again, going back to the research, is that even what the problem is? You need to make sure you're solving the correct problem. So again, any ideas and advice you have on pricing tickets and adding value?
I'll make a comment, and then I want to pose a question to Kelly. For the Big Ten basketball tournament, we struggle and have challenges as it relates to ticket pricing. So whether it's at a discount or group pricing, and then as well as making sure that we're staying in the same line as our institutions to ensure that we're not inflating prices for people who've enjoyed basketball all season long. So that's always been a challenge for us, but one that we feel like we've kind of fell into our groove a little bit, but our attendance isn't where we need to be, so that's on the marketing side. As far as what my question for Kelly is, when you went to the playoffs, I want to say maybe it was 3 or 4 years ago, there was a great promotion to where I don't know if it was Larry Bird or the Pacers had purchased the upper level deck. And you had a sold out facility. And so you had a kind of a mixture of people who purchase tickets, people who come all the time, but then all of a sudden you had thousands that showed up for your game. What do you feel was the catalyst for that?
Larry Bird. No, I mean, you know, that was in 2009, and that was when we played Phoenix in the
Who won, Kelly?
Well, all right. It was 3 minutes and 52 seconds left in Game 5, but who cares? Yeah. But no, that was, you know, in 2009, and what happened was, yeah, we were down to the final game of the Eastern Conference Finals, and it was on a back-to-back, and we were at home, and Bird calls me up right at the end of the game. The game's over, and he's like, Kelly, I want to help. But we got to get everybody in Indianapolis. We have to get them. Now, this is a great thing. Let me tell you, if you have somebody in your market, I don't care if it's your football coach, whoever, you know, there's amazing things that can happen when you've got that kind of buy-in on your campus or in your city or whatever. And he was in it with us. And he said, I want to help you. What, you know, if you guys let me do something, what can I do? And well, let's get the balcony filled. Let's you know, get everybody in here we can. So immediately that night on the newscast, after it announced that we had one more game to get to the finals, we issued a quick statement, press release from him that he was going to buy out the upper deck on one side, and that we were going to give away the tickets that morning, the next morning before the game that night. And I think we distributed, it was like probably about 1,000 tickets, and they were gone, y'all, they were gone in like 20 minutes. I mean, people, first I was nervous that they weren't even going to come get them, you know, I was like, they're going to buy them. And the city of Indianapolis responded from then on out. You know, we had a great situation during the finals, but what that did was that sort of, you know, all those people, the guys that you say, you know, not really sure, it gave us that little bit of credibility. It's like, oh, well, Bird's on board, well, we better show up, you know, I mean, wow, okay. And let me tell you, when we won the championship in 2012, we didn't need Bird's help. Everybody, we sold out, 16,000 standing room only. I mean, you guys were there. So that helped take our brand to another level and helped the credibility. And you know, say what it is, that's what it is. It's credibility sometimes for people to show up. I mean, you know, not really sure it's a women's basketball thing, but then all of a sudden it was a pride thing, you know, and whether you're winning a national championship or a WNBA title, that's what it came down to. So, yeah, I mean, he helped sort of, you know, that tipping point over the edge for us. So, We'll try to do that for the Big Ten tournament when you
done.
come when you guys come back.
I have a question. This is, so when you think about just the polling, and the majority of the group in the room thinks that our ticket is worth or should be priced at between 11 and 15. And when you start to address the business realities at the WNBA level and what it costs to open up an arena, that's problematic. Another piece of this is when we think about why we aren't getting sponsors to engage in our brands, what we're hearing back is, you know what, 70% of your audience on TV, the small audience that we have, is men. So women aren't even engaging and consuming our own sport, right? So those are foundation problems in our sport. And if we don't address the fact that we put an $11 price tag on our ticket, it costs more to go to the movies, right? Absolutely. So I'm gonna challenge the group right now and say, we're failing miserably. How do we address this at the foundation level of our sport? How do we raise the level of expectation in terms of what people should be spending on our sport?
Well, this is where your ticket sellers come in. So that's their point of entry. $11 to $15 is that first time in. That's your Groupon discount or your free ticket. I'm sure the reason Kelly had a sellout crowd in 2012 without Larry Bird's help is because she took all of those names of the people that showed up for the first time in 2009, collected them, and then their ticket sellers sold them into a partial plan. Come back next year, buy a small pack, and then you slowly move them up the ladder. I mean, I think that's really the opportunity is you get them in with the bargain basement price, but that's where your ticket sellers become key. They have to be prospecting, talking to them, putting in those fan experiences that Kelly was talking about, meet the players, you're gonna get to sit closer. I mean, even though a courtside seat is expensive on the WNBA level, if you look at it still compared to the price of the NFL or the NBA, it's still nothing. And you're sitting courtside, and there's usually food and beverage, and you usually get to meet the team, and there's no reason why that same process, I think, can't work on the collegiate level as well. It's just about making sure you're building that database of people that you know are interesting and come out the first time.
And I think, Anuka, I think a lot of it is we tell people what we think our product is worth.
Right.
When you offer $11 ticket, you're telling people, I think it's only worth $11. You know, and at times, you know, maybe you have to do some special things at certain times, but you know, what we've learned over the years is we're telling people what we think it's worth. And there is a supply and demand issue. I mean, let's face it, there really is, but even in Indianapolis, you know, where people were like, well, I don't know, $15, now I gotta pay $25, is it really worth it? You know, it's in the minds of the consumer, really, the value, and is it worth my 2 hours? And you know, it's really, we all make choices about, is it really worth it for me to spend? It's not really about the money. What we found, it's not about the price. Is it worth it to me to go watch women's basketball for 2 hours? And little by little, you know, we have to stop telling them what we think it's worth. And by the way, free tickets is the worst thing you can do because they never show up and then they expect it all the time. And our show rate on free tickets is except for, of course, when we went in 2009, we went in, no. But no, he did buy those, by the way. But that's sending another message to me, to your market or to the people in your campus area that it's not worth it. You know, it's like, if I can just go get a free ticket, and then when you ask me to pay for it, or, you know, what's the real value here? And it takes a while to build that. It really does.
I think that's the biggest thing, I'm sorry, is don't give free tickets. I mean, we all want to do it and you all want to get them in the door, but you're devaluing your product.
Absolutely.
That's one of the things we discussed on our campus is we're not going to do free tickets. We'd rather do a buy one, get one free or something else. We're setting the value, and if we sell our value at free always, they're not going to want to come. They'll be like, don't worry, you know, in 2 weeks or next month, it'll be a free ticket. We don't want to do free tickets anymore. But I think it goes back to your product, and whether we like it or not, I think the women on your team, they have to go in when they do the autographs and everything else, and you get the people in there, they really have to sell it, and your ticket sellers are invaluable to do that, but we just won't do free anymore.
I also think it's important to talk about not just what's the value of a ticket, but what's the value of a fan. And I think we go back and forth about whether, you know, we want men, we want women, we need men, we need women. Somebody got up and spoke before about how women make about 85, 86% of purchasing decisions in this country, but when it comes to sports, that number shrinks considerably, and it's really about men. And I think that's okay. And, you know, for the WNBA, we have about 63% of our TV viewing audience is men, and some of that is because our games are on ESPN channels and men are there. And in the arena, it's almost flipped. It's about 57% women in our arenas. And what we found is breaking down our core demographics, which are very, very diverse. We've got a very kind of diverse set of people who come to WNBA games. What we found from our research that we did just last year was that the common thread that unites that diverse set of people is their very progressive views on gender roles. And so these are people who are open-minded to seeing women as athletes, seeing women compete at the highest level, seeing women get out there and sweat and play hard and achieve and compete. And whether that is a father with a daughter, whether that is kids who love the game and they're looking up to role models, whether it's our lesbian fan base, these are people who are all very open-minded about women's achievement.
That's perfect. And I think, again, if it goes back to accountability, you mentioned that making the phone calls and taking those sales leads, that just isn't happening on the college level at all of the schools. And so you see it when they're doing that for the men's basketball or for football, because the ticket is so high of a value, they see that as being worth making the phone calls. So again, if we can get our ticket prices up to a value, then they can do the accountability and you can have the staff doing that. So that kind of leads me into the next thing is sponsorships. And I know working at Northwestern, when we first did sponsorships, that they came through and it was kind of an add-on onto through men's basketball, and partly to say, okay, with this package for football and men's basketball, then you can also have some women's basketball. But I'd like to hear from the panel to talk about, you know, who does it well and who comes in and just says, I'm selling women's basketball and that's it.
College or pro.
Yeah.
Answer here.
Either way, I just talking about how do you carry that as the only product rather than saying, hey, it's an add-on to men's basketball or football on the college level. How can we get people to come out and just sell women's basketball as a product on its own for sponsorships?
Well, I mean, you know, exactly. Back to the focus. You know, you've got to have the focus. And, you know, I love the saying, part-time focus equals part-time results. If you only focus on a little bit of the time, that's the kind of results you're going to get. And we tried that in Indiana. You know, we've tried to, let's have somebody sell Pacers and Fever. Let's try to, and we got part-time results. When we finally, you know, dedicated fully a staff to just selling the Indiana Fever, we got the results that we wanted. And that's what that's what'll happen on your campus. Even if you hire one person to be a ticket salesperson or two people, that's all they do is sell your women's basketball team. Or I don't know if that's even realistic, but you know, and on the sponsorship side, the entree sometimes is the Pacers. You know, Indianapolis isn't a big city, so sometimes we'll get in to see the head of Eli Lilly because, you know, we're talking to him about the Pacers, and then when we're there, Tamika Catchings walks in the room, and we're like, hey, can we talk to you about the Indiana Fever for a few minutes? You know, when we sold the Finish Line, that's our marquee partner on our jersey, I mean, that was a lot of years of cultivating that relationship through our owner, through the Pacers. But this was a WNBA buy. This was all about the Indiana Fever and the audience that we deliver. Okay, it's not the, you know, the NBA audience and the avid fan base of dads with daughters who are shopping, who are looking to buy, you know, make purchases for their kids. So you know, being specific about how you pitch your business and how you pitch your product is as important as the season ticket. And having that specific focus. And I'm telling you, you'll shortchange yourself if you don't do that because you'll get the part-time results.
I would say the next part to kind of lead off of that is that trying to educate people. When I was at Northwestern, I was there for 13 years. We had 13 losing seasons in women's basketball. Over 2.5 years, we went 0-35 in the Big Ten. And we set attendance records because we didn't make it about just what was going on the game. And so when you're trying to tell the story, you're trying to educate people, and everyone says, well, we're losing, so it's hard to sell this. Well, the reason that winning helps with sales is because it's a story that everyone's already telling. It's one that people understand. So it takes a little bit more time and a little more grassroots, but to being able to find the stories that people want to hear and being able to make the phone calls and putting out on social media, whatever it's going to take. And one of the best ways to do that is to get your media involved in general. So that's going to be our next question is, what do you find as the most valuable form of media for women's basketball, and how do we get these media outlets, whether they're local or national, to start telling the story for you, making it a little bit easier across the board? And if you guys have any advice on how do you get your stories into the media, and what stories are you telling?
I mean, I think this is one of the most underserved pieces of the business of women's basketball. Having a non-traditional media person that is pitching the stories, not just sports stories, but the stories of your student athletes, so that when those appear off the sports pages and a mom or a dad reads about a player who maybe has overcome a lot, there's a relationship there. And you might want to then go follow that person. I think having a PR person or a media relation person that is well-versed on everything going on with your team, the stories of your student athletes, and being able to effectively pitch those just as much as the basketball side of it, the stats, the wins and losses, that can be just as effective to gaining some notoriety and educating your local fan base about your student athletes.
It's also important to make the distinction between bought media and earned media, and knowing that some organizations have smaller budgets. It's how can we approach earned media and get as much as possible out of that. So whether that's getting a player on local radio, your social media campaign, all of those things are really critical. For us, ESPN has been an incredible partner and a great mouthpiece to amplify not just our game, but also our players' stories. But it's important just thinking about kind of what's push and what's pull. And when you think about non-traditional or new media like digital and especially social media, that's where you can really galvanize your fan base to talk to exponentially more people. And that really is critical because it's also low cost.
I like that term, earned media. As I'm looking at your list here, I was thinking about when Kelly talked about credibility. So even if you had a talking head through media, whether it's a Gus Johnson or a Dickie V, you immediately capture those different audiences that we may not be playing to right now, to where all of a sudden they've heard something positive about women's basketball or a player or a particular game. And that's instant credibility because this is someone who understands the game of basketball or sports in general, to where now they're talking favorably about women's basketball. So there's instant credibility when you have a talking head that has a great following or great influence that now is talking positively about women's basketball. I think that's a direct hit as well.
And it also helps you sell your sponsorship. So now you're delivering, however many Twitter followers and, a whole digital footprint with you, as well as your earned media. I mean, the guys that are buying sponsorships and looking at these deals are fans too. So they're in your market and they're like, hey, I read an article about Coach Dunn yesterday and I really like what she's doing. Or anything that's in the earned media part that we can put in a presentation just strengthens our brand and strengthens our product when we're out talking to people.
You also raised an important point in what are we saying through that media, right? So people aren't necessarily, unless they're as avid as some of us, aren't necessarily fans of women's basketball or even fans of the WNBA. People are fans, and this goes for all sports, of players and their local teams. And so it's so important for all of us to kind of mine those stories. What are those great stories that are going to get people to pay attention just beyond our fan base? And you see it especially happening during the tournament on both the men's side and the women's side, where stories are getting told in the mainstream media and people are saying, wow, did you hear about this woman from this program or that guy from that program and what they did? And so tell those stories. We have so many unique players, and that's really kind of the heart of what we do, is those players.
Little things too, like the standings. My mother lives in a little small town in southern Oklahoma, and I get so mad when they won't put the WNBA standings in our newspaper. They put baseball. We don't have a baseball team. I'm like, right there. And this is where we all, I tell our fans this all the time. If you don't see enough And you can say this to your fans, and if you don't see enough coverage on your team, I'm telling you, the newspaper editors, the news directors at local television, we did a campaign. You know, I said, here's their email address, here's their mailing address, and they just sent out letters to them and said, we want to know more about the Fever, we want to hear more about it. So I told my mom to, send a letter to the paper. I don't know if they, but I mean, that's how it's grassroots. It's person by person, and I think that's another powerful way to increase that traditional print, radio, earned media coverage.
That's great. And I think that after hearing all of this, what we wanted to move on to was the next steps, but I wanted, to have everyone else come up and...
Thank you. Kathy Andruzzi. First of all, with media, I think it's so important that we're really focusing a whole lot on digital, which is very important, but we forget to build relationships. And there's some media people in here today, the old-fashioned pick up a telephone and call up that media person and talk to them, and building relationships. That's so important, which the new sports information person or the new kid on the block is not doing anymore. And I think building relationships in whatever we do is so important. But I just want to say a few points. I know we moved on, but a couple of things. Tracy, to your point on strategic planning, we have to go in there with a vision. And you're right, it's not just about tactics, but it has to be a solid strategy that is built, and buy-in has to be met. And a lot of times, everybody uses the word strategy. Let's build a strategy. But what is a strategy, and what is really your vision? And the vision of East Carolina University and the vision of Texas or the vision of St. John's is different because it's a different demographics. And Janice, what you were saying, and you guys do a phenomenal job where you are, one of the things that you touched on, which people don't talk about too often, your fan is your customer. And you got to take care of your customer. It's not about spending money on marketing and advertising, but it's about building loyalty, and the customer is so important. And I think that we forget about that, and that's where I think that a focus needs to be on. That fan is your customer. How do you build that loyalty with your fan? And keep that fan, because once you have that fan and you build that relationship, one more time, building a relationship, communicating with them is really important. And to the point of coaches, Pat Subban and Jody Conrad, they set the standard. They were out being ambassadors to your game, and your coach has to be the ambassador in every single thing you do. And if they're not, then you're going to have to teach them, because they're the ones that people want to see. And I know that Shelley Bittinger, that from East Carolina, we work very closely together because I have some ties with East Carolina, and they do a great job with reaching out to the corporate community, building the affinity with the alumni, and building the affinity with inside your campus is so important. And once you do that, then you can move outside. But once again, building loyalty, communicating, building your campaign, and setting your message. All those things are really, really important. So I just want to say that. Thank you.
I love that, and I think, Tracy, during your time at Northwestern, you talk about loyalty programs. All of us have our loyalty programs, whether it's with hotels or airplanes, your credit card. And so for us, when the NCAA had started the grant program, which I'm guessing many of you participated in, the Big Ten was able to establish a program called the Get to Know Her program. And with that, we took the monies that the NCAA had provided, along with some resources that the Big Ten Conference had created, and essentially created one program for all, at the time, 11 institutions within the conference, for our marketers to be able to follow, so that we would have a consistent brand, we would have a consistent message and look throughout women's basketball. But also it helped create some programming on campus that speaks to exactly what you're talking about as far as loyalty. And so one of the first questions that we had here today, which was accessibility of the student athlete. And so within the program, it really was, for every game that you came to, you got more stuff, or you got access to more things. And so whether it was access to special VIP receptions, you got to be on the playing floor for when the teams are practicing. It could be behind the scene tours of the locker rooms, all the things that people love to be a part of, and to feel part of the program. That was something that we were able to do for 3 years in order to create those relationships, to continue them in hopes that you build your your database as well as build your followers in hopes that then they'll spread the word and they'll spread the message. But it was definitely a loyalty program that gave us that kind of one-on-one relationship with those fans to keep them coming back. Unfortunately, it was only a program that we were able to do for 3 years, but it was one that was, for the most part, well received by our fan base and thought it was really well executed at our schools.
Yeah, and that brings up a good point that on campus people say that they don't have enough money and they don't have enough staff, and so the NCAA and the Big Ten, when I was at Northwestern, they provided money as long as you provided a good plan. And with the program, with the grant program at the NCAA, part of the research that I went when I first got here was going back and looking to see how many people applied for that and then how many people actually got it. And there were certain steps that laid out the criteria, and of about the 80 that applied, only about 20 got the grants because the plans that they put in weren't good enough with the criteria. So again, it goes back to the people on campus need to be having the support and the development on their end to be able to even get the free money that was being handed out as part of an initiative for women's basketball. So, did I miss anyone else who wanted to speak? Because I'd really love to hear kind of the next steps that we can have.
Just to follow up on that, it's interesting that you said it was really successful, the program that you did, but then you only did it for 3 years. Why did it stop after 3 years? And I'm guessing because the funding grew up, right? The
Pretty
funding
much.
ran out. So it wasn't that successful if they weren't able to make more money on campus to then sustain it themselves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the program, which when it was first rolled out, was a 3-year program. And my assumption, I know Tracy, you weren't there at the time, was that to create that snowball effect to where it would pick up momentum on campus. So when that funding went away, we kind of pulled back a little bit. The Big Ten Conference still provided monies for our marketing departments, but without all the different guidelines and parameters that came along with that specific program. But as far as the success rate that I was mentioning, it was towards the loyalty program to where we identified fans, they continue to come back, and whether they may have been interested in women's basketball or not, they appreciated the perks that came along with attending a lot of games and the access that they got that would be different from other sporting events. And so in that regard, the positive feedback that we received from those who participated in the program was very good. Certainly we would have loved to continue it on a higher level, we just didn't.
My name is Kathleen Hurley. I'm a graduate assistant at the University of Akron, and I oversee women's basketball for our school. I wanted to touch on a couple of points. I've heard a lot of people bringing up, one of the problems is that we've got a lot of younger people and a lot of high turnover in a lot of schools in the person who's in charge of women's basketball. So a coach gets used to having 3 different marketers in 6 years and sort of says, well, nobody's paying any attention to me. So I think that that's buy-in we need to get from our athletic directors and our SWAs to say to our marketing people, women's basketball needs the same amount of attention. I'm guessing a lot of the reason that only 20 out of those 80 grant programs or grant applications were done so well is because you've got these kids who are graduate assistants or in their first position who haven't really been taught overall strategy. When I put my plan together, looking at last year's and the year before that, it was a lot of tactics pieced together. And I really had to sort of go through the whole season with this team. I was very fortunate. We had our best year in program history to be able to see how everything pieced together and why I was doing exactly what I was doing. And so I think being a graduate assistant and having gone through a whole season and having been fortunate to have people support me, I think that there's probably a lot of schools where it's not coming from the top down that, again, you said at the WNBA you've got how important your ticket sales people are. My ticket sales people will look me in the face and say, I have to sell football tickets this week. I can't help you. And so you don't have that support system, and I think being able to address at the college level that women's basketball needs the same attention from the marketing team that the other sports are getting is important.
I think I just wanted to piggyback off of that. When we were talking about ticket pricing earlier, the definite theme of ticket sales staff, and I'll echo the same sentiments. When you're on campus, I'm a staff of 1 most of the time. So I just wanted to know, kind of from those who do it well, kind of what is the time investment and resources that you find it takes to really build, to bring that customer in from maybe a one-time customer to what you'd consider to be a loyal customer, and maybe how college could replicate that. Because as we're talking about, the women's basketball, sometimes, sometimes it is a ticket pricing issue, but more often it is a time, staffing priority of where that falls and who is available to sell these tickets. So just want to see, for those of us who don't have a staff, maybe are there things we can replicate to grow from a one-time customer to a regular customer to a mini season ticket holder to a full-on multiple year loyal fan.
Well, Janice, you sell a lot of tickets in New Mexico, so.
We have 2 ticket sellers, and they will sell football, they'll sell men's basketball, and they'll sell women's basketball. So they kind of do them in time frames. One of the things, kind of like you were saying, we get our lists. Anybody who doesn't renew, we always go back in. If we have any type of drawing, we always ask for their emails, phone numbers, and we'll call them. So we do have 2 people that sell. So we are fortunate in that we have people that will specifically sell, except not all year round like we'd like them to, because they do sell those 3 different sports. But that's a big help for us. But getting the list is a really big deal. And we've gone back because we've lost so many season ticket holders. We actually go back and call them and ask them why. And once in a while, we will involve the head coach and ask her to call some of them and get a list of, why didn't you come back? It's a lot more powerful when your head coach will do that, and ours will. So that will help us quite a bit.
But a lot of your, that when you were talking about how to get them back, the single game buyers, somebody that might come to your campus because they haven't been to a game and they came for whatever reason. Maybe it was your opponent, maybe it was just the night. I think what we do in the WNBA is we keep everybody that comes into our building as a single game buyer. And then the next day we're on the phone calling, how'd you enjoy the game? Would you like to buy a 5-game package? We've got 4 more Saturday nights coming up. I mean, whatever point of entry we can get to them and talk to them and get in front of them. Our reps really work off of lead lists like that, and they're single game buyers, and they're, we may have a lot of people come when Brittany Griner comes into town, and then those are people that have never been to a Fever game, but then we have a way to get in touch with them, and sometimes we'll convert a lot of those fans. So there's other, ways that you can get in front of people that have come into your building for the first time.
I think Kelly, for us, hit another point that's really great. We're very fortunate. Texas will come and play us. Stanford's coming in. We're very lucky that we can get teams to come and play us. We attribute that a lot of times to our head coach, but I consider us a mid-major, and I would say if we can't get those good teams, people are so excited to see a Stanford, to see a Texas, to see Colorado. Sherry Cole comes in. We're lucky. But a lot of other teams that can't get those teams to come and play, I think we do ourselves a disservice in helping each other, because it is important. People want to see really good basketball, and you're talking about a good product. It's exciting to see those teams.
I'm Meredith Lindley, and I'm a parent and a huge basketball fan. And I haven't heard you all talk about fundraising. I've heard you talk about ticket sales and loyalty, but as a parent, we felt that the actual fundraising within the university and even through the foundation was lacking. You're not going to get money unless you ask for it, and I'd like you to talk about that if that's something that is going on, or if that's an improvement need.
Yeah, I think that speaks to this woman back here that was talking about building that alumni base, starting to build your community where your head coach comes in and is trying to help build your community, starting with the family first, your players, your student athletes that are playing for that, and then expanding out into the community. And that's where your head coach really comes in and is a key piece of that.
Question for you. I'm sorry, were you finished?
Go ahead.
So one of the questions that we keep getting is, what comes first? And when you build your brand, when you build your program, people will come, and then you'll get more resources. And so your demand for resources when your program is struggling from an attendance standpoint is harder. It's a harder sell. How do you address that? Some might say, listen, you got to start with nothing, and you got to go out in the community and build.
So
others will say, you know what, you got to keep demanding for more resources, and it starts there.
Well, a ticket salesperson, I'm looking to the WNBA people, by year 2, the return on investment is there, right? Is that pretty close? Absolutely. They're basically making up what they cost you to have them on staff by year 2. So I think right there, that's where I think you start. And aside from being at the games and collecting data, that's where the research comes in really handy, knowing what your audience is and then finding similar events in the community. I mean, it's very basic stuff. It's hard work, but it's going out and setting up a table at the circus or the carnival that's coming to town where you know there are going to be a lot of families. You take Linda and you set her up at the sales table and you make her sign autographs for 5 hours, along with the Fever mascot, and you collect every lead in Indiana. And then the sales reps have people to call on and say, you obviously like to get out and do affordable things with your family. Why don't you try a Fever game this summer? And that's where it kind of begins. It's like, you know, you have to find where your audience is going besides your games, collect that information, and then you've got a list to work off of. And within a couple of years, the sales rep can really pay for themselves.
And I don't, you know, Anuka, I don't know if it's fair to you know, to ask, you know, women's basketball, well, your product's got to be there before I give you the resources. That's like saying I'm going to open up a coffee shop, but I can't hire anybody to sell the coffee. I think it's pretty good coffee, but I don't have anybody really sell it. So, because I don't, you know, I have to prove that it's good enough. I don't know if that's what you mean in terms of asking for resources, or.
I think the reality is, and you think about some of the Olympic sports on campus, I mean, they work with bare bones because they don't have a strong following. And so they've been required to think about how we do things another way. Women's basketball has been able to, quite frankly, rely on, you know what, you're giving this to the men, you're going to give it to us. So the challenge becomes, we're at a place where it's really hard for us to continue to ask for resources. You know, our coaches are making more money, we're putting more resources into our budgets, and we're saying we need more. And I know at the collegiate level, our ADs, our commissioners are really starting to question the model, the funding model for women's basketball. So that's really where my question is more obviously in a collegiate space, but it plays itself out, I would say, in the professional space. I worked with the Knicks, and you know, we partially provided resource to the Liberty, and you know, to your point, you give partial resources, you get partial results. So it's more of a question, you know, what comes first? Do we have to go back to what we did in the past, which was rely on that grassroots, assume you don't have the resources, and really get back down to what worked before?
Well, I mean, that's where I go back to, you know, when you look at everything on a campus, obviously you're not going to have all of the, you know, we have a staff of 8 dedicated sellers just for the Indiana Fever, you know, and it took a while to get there. But, you know, you've got coaches that, you know, I would be asking my coach to be involved in anything I could think of possible in my market as sort of an extension of my sales staff, you know, because, you know, in a college market town, they're one of the most visible assets that you have. And that's you know, whatever creativity that you can do, whether it's you know, a student intern that's their focus, their dedication is, I'm going to give you a goal of, you know, X number of tickets that, you know, I'm going to teach you how to do this. I mean, I think there's all kinds of creative ways, but, you know, the resources, it's always an issue. You know, it's still an issue in our business, but I think we've learned over the years, you know, if I go in and ask our owner for another, you know, head count, because I want to try to get our, you know, ticket revenue from here to here, you know, we have to prove it. I mean, we have to, or we don't get it, we lose the position. So that's a pretty easy, you know, economic situation. I think on a campus, you know, you have some limited resources, but you have to look at all your assets, and I go back to finding ways to have the coach involved as well.
Yes, I'm Chris Thompson. I'm just a fan, but it is interesting, and particularly in the talking about college basketball, one thing that hasn't been mentioned at all from a marketing standpoint is marketing students, because they may not be the payers today, but they are the fans of tomorrow for the women, for the WNBA and so on. And I haven't heard anything about how we can do something to energize the students who generally get free tickets and don't show up, you know, and they generally get free tickets to a lot of other types of sports and don't show up. And if anything, they only have to pay a little bit for basketball, men's basketball, and football. But how do we get more students to show up to build both the excitement and the interest in women's basketball longer term?
I think that's a really hard question. I mean, for us, we used to have probably 500 students come, and now we have about 150 come. So that's one thing the one marketing person that we do have that oversees women's basketball, that's his job, to go and get more students in. It's really tough because you would think they're close to campus, they'll go right there. That's not an easy answer. And we, to be honest, we haven't been able to find out how to make that work to go back up to 500.
With the St. Louis Surge and our St. Louis market, it's what we've created and kind of built within that whole strategy of our fans are our customer, and every fan that we have, we've earned that grassroots point to effort. You know, we've built nearly 3,000 in attendance and increasing without a marketing budget, and it's been getting engaged in the community. And I think a lot of people can attest to, you see flyers, you see signs, doesn't necessarily mean you read them. But if I put it in your hand and I tell you I want you to experience a game, and you may not be a women's basketball fan yet, but when I get you in the gym, I'm going to sell you. And I think that comes that huge portion of getting engaged in the community. And then you build your resources, but you still have your own platform. The first year, no one wants to touch you starting out. It's, you know, they don't think you're going to make it through a season. Second year, people are surprised to see that you're back. Third year gives you credibility. Fourth year, you start to build. And fifth year, you really have momentum going as a solid structure. So it's been very interesting for us is that I love that people haven't heard about us from a marketing standpoint, but guess what? We're drawing 2,600 in attendance. We're only growing in numbers, and it builds a base to where perception is reality and a crowd draws a crowd. So don't devalue the product of free tickets, but going into a small town market that's an hour and a half to 2 hours, if you invite them, they'll come. And if they wouldn't necessarily have a reason, if you give them the experience to where I'm not going to give you a free ticket, I'm going to gift you with an experience. That sells them to come back. So you have to, every player has to have that grassroots portion of the community to engage, and then we build our resources from there.
Right, and I think what you've touched on there is that you have to give them a reason. So you can hand a flyer, but it can't be the same flyer that you handed to another demographic. If it's daddy-daughters, it needs to be to that demographic. And again, what's the reason? And again, winning is the reason that people always give because everyone understands that. But it takes a little bit more to tell the story of something else. And that's why we, at Northwestern, are having the coaches call and the student-athletes going out and say, well, would you come because I want you to be there? Well, then they come. But I can't actually have those student-athletes, you know, going out everywhere all the time. So I have to find a way that's going to get them to want to come and give them a reason as well. And I think that that's the part that people are missing on is that what is going to get them to come? Well, you have to ask the questions of why aren't they coming at first, and then what is going to get them there, and following up from there.
My name's Hannah Potter, and I just finished my senior year at Washington State University, and I played there. My thing was that I think student athletes need to go out in the community more, and you just touched on that. But how can a staff educate the players better to like interact with the community and get them to come to the games? And I feel like that's the biggest key to get like connecting with the community. And so that's just my question is how can the staff educate their student athletes better to interact in the community?
One of the things we try to do is we have our marketing and sports information people talk to the kids, and we have different programs, whether it's Habitat for Humanity or there's a set. Girl Scouts is really big where we are, and so we have them go out to different Girl Scout troop leaders meetings or whatever. You got to find a special kid, and hopefully every team usually has one, that community service is really important, and you kind of make her be your mouthpiece, kind of pushing behind her, because if you tell them, they don't do it. If the teammates are telling them and they're interested in something, we had another young lady, her mother had breast cancer, so that year was a really big thing with all the teams. So I think you got to find that one kid on your team that you can have them be your mouthpiece and kind of push them behind.
Hi, Michelle Willis. One of the things, and I understand that this is, we're talking about the business of basketball, and going along those lines and with the whole notion of as you do some marketing and promotion things and you get folks to come in, and the key is how do you get them to come in more than once? And I think that we really need to, on the college level especially, we really need to start having some discussion and dialogue about how we present the game. Andrea and I have been talking about the whole notion of what rules that prohibit us from doing certain things in reference to in-game entertainment. I had the privilege of attending Katie Smith's last New York Liberty home game. And I have to say, it's the first time I've been to a WNBA game, and I had a ball. I mean, my foot was padding during the whole game, and it was fun. If we're going to build our next generation of fans, and if you think about the millennials and what they're what they're stimulated by, we really need to start having the discussion about how we can present our product, because to be honest with you, sometimes it is not pretty. But how do people have fun when the families, the fans, the students, how do they have fun when they come to the game when it's not a pretty product on the court? So I just throw that out there. Let's start looking at some of the rules, and the basketball purists, we talk about, it's the pure basketball, the basketball purists that have a resistance to saying that we will do some things differently within the game to make it an exciting venue atmosphere. I think those are the ways we'll continue to grow the next generation of fans and get fans to come back because they've had fun.
I mean, I think, when you're asking somebody to spend 2 hours with you, you're absolutely right. We can't guarantee that the game's going to be great every time our teams take the floor. So it's very critical to have all the other elements in place, because it's 2 hours of entertainment, any way you slice it, anywhere you go. And, if they leave there and they're like, well, that was boring, I'd rather I'll go, to a movie next time I want to go out. That's a real critical piece that I think, we can all continue to do great jobs at.
And I will say on the marketing side, again, I was in the middle of an 0-35 streak of losses in the Big Ten, and we had built so much fun, and the student athletes were always out in the community, and these girls that were coming to the games really felt like they were friends with them, and they had a routine, and they knew where they were going to go and what they were doing. There were cheers during certain timeouts, and then they would line up for the autograph session out in the lobby, and that's just what they did. And we were going to win. The game was going to break the losing streak, and they were all out in the lobby, and it took me about 10 minutes to get to push them back in there. I'm like, we're going to win this game. You guys want to be in there, but I'm like, you're going to want to see what happens when we win. The band plays, and they're going to run around the court, and they were just like, but I want to stay in line here. I'm first in line. To see my friends that play on this basketball team. So it really is just finding what is going to get those people to be out there and have that connection and building that loyalty and that following. And it does. It takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of grassroots. And I think when you get the people in there, it's then following up and making sure that they're having a good time, that they're coming back. I mean, when I left Northwestern after 13 years, fans were still texting me and asking me, do you know where I can park and what's going on? Everyone had my cell phone. Everyone knew that if they needed something that I was their person. And sometimes it's a full-time job, but that's what it takes to kind of push it. And you have to have the passion for women's basketball to make it work.
Hi, Angie Russell from the University of Dayton. And I think, just listening to all this conversation as an administrator, a former coach, former student athlete, one of the things that keeps me up at night that I think about a lot is the student athlete experience versus the business model of women's basketball. So, for example, we do very well with our women's basketball attendance, particularly in games where we say, wear white and get in for $1. Okay, so we get, 4,000 fans for an ESPN game because it's wear white, get in for $1. Now, if it's not, we're not going to have 4,000 fans. Student athletes and coaching staff would say, wear white, get in for $1. Shoot, we want fans in the stands. Whereas now an administrator, I'm looking at it from the business model. So what I haven't heard much conversation about is the student athlete experience. And I agree that we need to raise ticket prices. Shoot, I think they're worth $20 instead of $15. But the student athlete experience weighs very heavily into that as well, and they want fans in the stands. So maybe just some input on that. Thank you.
I always tell the kids if they want fans in the stands, they need to help us. And part of that is sometimes after a game going up after they've lost and they're upset, they want to go in the locker room, they don't want to talk to anybody, go talk to the gentleman or the little kids that came in. You want more people to come, you've got to get involved and go up in the stands. What's amazing about that, it teaches them community service, how to talk to people, do something they don't necessarily want to do. But I feel if they don't do that, I think Kelly said it best, it's in our DNA. all of a sudden these gentlemen, they're like, oh, she's like my granddaughter. The kids love them. Whether it's right, wrong, or different, I tell them, be really nice to the little kids. Those are your next fans coming up, those little boys, those little girls, but they have to go and help too. And really the experience is when they leave, they've made friends, or they're really happy just to go up and they've done something that they never would have done before. But it's important.
It's not so much them, it's just as an administrator, that's what I worry about, is trying to provide for them. They knock all that stuff out.
But it's a way for them to do it. Are they going through the motions, or are they really doing it?
They're really doing it.
Then you're lucky. Because it's hard to get a team, if you're a kid who's lost, to go up and not just be going through the motions. So.
Yeah, and I would say it sounds like you've started a tradition and people understand I'm wearing white, I'm getting $1. And sometimes it's just stepping back and saying, okay, we're going to do the white promotion, but it's going to be $5. And then next year it's going to be $7. And because again, you've set the value and they're in their routine, and it's really hard to get people to change. And that's what we're trying to do, is change overall, but that's a good example.
Well, and I think it's one game a year, but I think what we realized, we did raise season ticket prices last year, and it's such a sensitive, it's so new right now, it's so sensitive. It's a risk. There's not a lot of margin for error, and just being deliberate about those decisions.
Are you capturing the data of the people that are coming in and paying $1 and then calling them? And because I don't think it's bad necessarily to have those 1 or 2 promotions that you do every year that people get used to, that bring in those new fans. It's just, what are you doing with that information? The next day, to Kelly's point, are your ticket sales reps or your grad assistants on the phone saying, I hope you had a great time, will you come back to our next game? So that kind of solves both your problems. You get to keep that promotion, but you're kind of taking them up the ladder. Yeah.
Jane Meyer, University of Iowa. I want to ask the hard question of the impact of television, of trying to market a sport when you do not have consistent time frames, or you have start times that are not conducive to the typical audience that we have in women's basketball. And how do you deal with this double-edged sword that has been brought to our sport?
Yeah, boy, you opened up a big one, didn't you?
You nailed it.
No, that is a tough one that we all are dealing with, in our league as well. I mean, it just makes those people in the trenches, their job that much harder in terms of continuing to educate your market, when your games are, when your start times are, that appointment television thing is, like we all know what we do on Sundays, right, and during football season. But we try to figure out our own ways to do it. If there's a way to capture some of those types of appointment viewerships, but it's part of that. We have 17 home dates to sell. I sort of look at each one as a special event. And I get 17, and then we get the playoffs. So whether we start May 15th or next year we start June 1st because it's an Olympic year, or we really don't know in the WNBA sometimes. But our fans have sort of gotten used to it. We figured out ways to try to create every home date as a unique event. So if you think of, you have 17, you play 18 home games, and then you sit down and you look at how can I, take 18 games, maybe one of those is dollar white night or free hot dog night or whatever, but really approach your business that way, that you have 17 special events. And I think that's kind of helped us, regardless. Sometimes it's a 2 o'clock game, on a Sunday. But it's going to be unique. It's going to be something unique that we do. That's one of our events that we're selling that year.
Yeah, and I will say when the Big Ten Network came along, Northwestern was very excited because we were able to be on national TV that we weren't before, but our games are on Monday night, and that was definitely a harder sell, but we just found different people who is out on a Monday who can go, and instead of trying to market to the families and say, come to this game on Monday night, we stopped trying to market to them and we went to the people that we thought we had a better shot at. But that does open up a really good question, and that leads in well into the general session that is going to be coming up, which Anuka can speak more about as I wrap up here, but it sounds like accountability and having coaches and training and development for people on campus and buy-in is really where we are going to go for our next step. So I appreciate everyone. I definitely thank you so much for my panel. You guys are amazing and all the great questions. So thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you, Tracy. So this is a fantastic hour or so discussion about the business of basketball. I think this next session that's coming up, I'll just tell you how it's going to be run. So first, thank you all again. We will have three panels, and each panel will have 5 or 6 people on it. And the reason why I'm doing that is because there are a variety of different viewpoints, and it's important to have a nice cross-section of people that are coming from different levels. So when we think about what our issues are, I just was sitting down and I was like, okay, what are some of our top issues? And that's why I put that up there. You know, when you think about women's basketball, there is so much to discuss, and so how do you best serve that in a panel discussion? We'll have 3 sets of panels. I'll just kind of give you a sense of, we're going to start this at 2 o'clock, so what I think it's important you go stand up and take a break, but definitely come back, because we absolutely have to have some hard discussions about the future of our game. Val Ackerman will be on the panel. Drew Hancock is an incoming chair of the Women's Basketball Committee. Tamika Catchings, we want a voice of an athlete. Connie Hurlbert from the Hurlbut, from the Western Athletic Conference, also the chair of the WCBO. Carol Callan, Carol Callan from USA Basketball, Kate Fagan from ESPN. Another panel will encompass, again, Val Ackerman, Carolyn Henry, the current sitting chair of the Women's Basketball Committee, Jen Rosati, we need a coach's voice, absolutely need a coach's voice, Laurel Ritchie, current commissioner of the WNBA, Roz Durant, we need to talk about, she's a vice president at ESPN, we need to talk about media, and how we are approaching women's basketball and our partnership with ESPN, both at the WNBA level as well as the collegiate level. And then that final panel will have, again, Val will sit on all these, because we like to talk to Val about all of her wonderful recommendations in our white paper. Carol Campbell McGovern, the current chair of the Women's Basketball Issues Committee. We have a student athlete. There are a lot of discussions about unionizing and the student athlete voice. I think we need to have some discussion about that, as well as Renee Brown, who oversees all the player personnel at the WNBA level. So there, and we'll also have Jeannie Ponsetto, we need an AD on the panel. And Jeannie will be able to give us a sense of what are ADs thinking about, what's keeping them up at night relative to women's basketball. I think we touched on that. We already have Val as a commissioner that can give us a voice of here's what's going on at the commissioner level. Some of the conversation that's going on at the commissioner level has not necessarily gotten all the way to the campus, and we need to make sure that we're dialed in at the collegiate space to make sure that we understand what are those issues that are keeping our commissioners up at night, our coaches up at night, as well as our ADs. So that session will start at 2 p.m. and we're going to roll through these. Each one of them will probably take about a half an hour, 35 minutes. I'll do some polling, and we want to most importantly engage the audience. So that's the plan. Get up, stretch, be ready for a pretty interactive session at 2 o'clock. Thanks again. Hello. Hey, everyone. We're going to get started here. So if you come on in the room, I'd like you to fill in this section here. So as opposed to sitting on the side, can you move it? Can I ask you to move it over? Oh, wow. And I just found a phone. So if anybody left a phone right here, and let's see, it's Brian's phone. Brian, who are these women? Okay. You got to come up and get it. Two incredibly beautiful women. Those are my babies, right? Those are your babies? Okay. Okay. My name is Anuka Brown, and we still don't have enough people in this session. So if I can ask all of you to get up and move over here. I am the Vice President of Women's Basketball for the NCAA Women's Basketball Championships, and it has been an incredible championship tournament. It really has. And if anything, it's a true testament to the fact that the sport is in a good place, and we're continuing to gain ground. You know, the last 18 months, we've had considerable discussion on women's basketball. Val Ackerman introduced a white paper and provided that to us. The purpose of today is to engage you in a real authentic discussion about the state of the game at all levels. And so we've pulled together some, what I think are incredible men and women. Do we have any men on the panel? No, we don't. So a group of incredible women, which usually goes without saying, to engage you in an authentic discussion about where we are and what we need to do. The way that we'll have 3 panel discussions today. Each panel discussion will have 4 or 5 or 6 people on it, and I'll ask a series of questions. I'll also engage you with some polling on what your thoughts are relative to a few questions that we're going to be asking. Jen, where have you been? You're supposed to be up here. No, here, right there. So that's all right, exactly, the other meeting. We appreciate you being here. But anyway, so the purpose of today is really to engage you, ask a series of questions, ask our panelists to give us some authentic feedback on what their experience has been. When you think about women's basketball at all levels, what we have not done is had an open discussion about what we can do to impact our game at all levels. So we have representatives from FIBA, USA Basketball, the WNBA, high school, the NCAA, club, you name it. And it's to talk about our game that we love so much. So I'm supposed to how do we do this? Anybody who's at the coaches meeting knows that I'm challenged here with that one. Okay, so good. So I was sitting, I'm gonna sit down now. So I was sitting here trying to figure out how do I start a discussion like this? And I said, what are some of the things that are challenging our sport? And so I just started to plot out things, just jot things down. And when you think about it, we have a lot of challenges. There's a lot going on. On this first panel, we have Val Ackerman. I think she goes without saying, brings to us a tremendous historical perspective. Drew Hancock represents the Big 12 Conference, but is also the incoming chair of our women's basketball committee that oversees the championship, the women's basketball championship at the NCAA level. Tamika Catchings, a legend in her own right, current player at the WNBA level. Connie Hurlbut from the Western Athletic Conference, also the chair of the WCBO, which is that governing body that we've created that oversees officiating. Carol Callan, who is another staple historical leader in the area of USA Basketball, and also fully engaged in the youth space. And then Kate Fagan from ESPNW. I think it's always important to have some media representation so we can talk about some of those issues that are impacting our sport in the media space. All right, so I guess I would like to start with a polling question. And that would be,
What is the biggest obstacle facing youth development? And I'd like to ask you to just answer. Who has a polling device? Raise your hand if you do. Good. If you don't, please go out and get one because it's important. I'd like to ask you to answer that. And while you're answering it, I want to pose the first question to Val Ackerman. What do you think are the biggest challenges facing women's basketball?
Okay, so this is not about youth basketball. This is just about women's basketball. Right. Okay, so you know, I mean, I think everyone here needs to be really proud of how far women's basketball has come in the last 30 years since the NCAA took over the sport, made it a championship sport. That had been done by the AIAW, which I know some in the room had been affiliated with. And so if you look back on what the world looked like in our sport in 1981 compared to 81-82 compared to where it is today, I mean, you can't help but be awed. And that has to do with the efforts of a lot of the people in this room, a lot of the folks sitting up here on this panel. So, you know, I think that's been a good story. I think that the challenge now for women's basketball is figuring out, okay, you know, we got from here to here. Are we going to stay here? Might we be sliding back in some respects? Or is there some way to really look at where the world is now, where our sport is now, what all these external asteroids, as I call them, are doing to our game, to college sports in our case? And how do we sort of process all of that, and then how do we get it to here? And so that's sort of generality speak, but I think that to me is a challenge, figuring out where to go, and that really was the spirit of the inquiry that I was asked to undertake last year. You know, I think as it relates to process, the ability to bring people together and to take advantage of the synergies among the different levels of women's basketball is a great place to start. And I really want to commend Anuka for doing this summit, for gathering these great folks and the ones you'll hear from later, because I think that's the strength of the sport. The fact that there is a progression. We have a vibrant youth demographic. I mean, there's issues, and we're going to talk about those, but we have girls playing. It is a solid sport at the grassroots level. What do we do to grow that and improve it? We have a girls' high school level that's dynamic, that feeds into the college level, okay, for which there is no early out, right? Because there's no early entry into the WNBA. It's for and done in college basketball. So that creates a vibrancy in that level and a base that we should all be very proud of, and a great tournament that we're part of this weekend. It then feeds into a pro level, which no other women's team sport has. We're very advantaged there. And then we have this amazing national team program. We are the best in the world at every level. So we are, I mean, one might say, wow, what's the problem? That's all pretty good. And it is. It really is. But at the same time, I think, and that's my view, and that was the premise of the report, and I'll stop here, is that I think we can do more. You know, we have a great game. There are commercial pressures bearing down on women's basketball. We have a cost structure that's gotten high, in part because of Title IX at the collegiate level. You know, well, the men get it, well, we get it too. Well, you know, we're not bringing in the same revenue, so then there's sort of a financial outcome that some are getting frustrated with. And so, you know, we need to look at that and make what I call a reasoned decision about those financial outcomes. Maybe we say it's fine, that's cost of doing business, but I think we need to have a reasoned process to come up with that conclusion. So, you know, I'm going to stop, but I think the fact that we're all together sort of talking about it and synchronizing, and hopefully I think within women's college basketball we can find a better process for taking the amazing people involved and structuring out a governance model that makes it easier to work ideas through the system. We have 1,000 schools, 350 in D1, 32 conferences, many committees. Let's try to find a way to kind of synchronize that. I think it can be done. hopefully in a better way, and then we can get to sort of where we all aspire to go.
Thanks, Val. So I just want to put up the results of this first poll and also ask Carol a question. So Carol, when you think about your charge relative to youth development, what do you think? Talk to me about what you think relative to what you found out this morning. You know, this morning we actually had a session on youth development. And so we had almost 100 people here, most of them youth coaches, talking about the game at the youth level. Carol, why don't you just tell us what your thoughts are, and then what are your thoughts on the research?
Sure. Well, we were fortunate to have people that were very focused on youth basketball this morning in our groups, and Danielle and Jay and I were just talking about how great it was and the input that we received. But the two things that seemed to be what they were talking about primarily were A and B, access to quality coaching. Well, maybe not access to it, but developing better coaching at those younger ages, coaching the coaches, teaching the teachers, however you want to describe it, as well as skill development. And one of the things that we felt like through that whole first session, and Jay Demings, who is our new youth division director, has been working for a couple of months on this and has been talking to an awful lot of people. The information that we received today was pretty much what he's been hearing all along. And one of the things, we need to unify the space, that you can't do things from a lot of different directions and have everybody do their own little world. Why not unify that? And when you look at lack of youth basketball programs, there should be a place you can go if you live in Montana to find out where there are viable programs in Montana, and we hope to do that at USA Basketball. So unifying the space, really identifying it, and we want to begin at ages 6 and even earlier. The Y has a great program for 3-year-olds. Some of them are doing their own thing. We want to find out what works out there that's really good and develop that. Another thing we heard was curriculum for PE teachers in the elementary schools. We want to put that together. We're putting together a youth development model in terms of, as you progress through the ages, what should you be able to do as an athlete and what should you be able to do as a coach. So I think this is all absolutely correct. But I think unifying the space would be the biggest challenge, and being inclusive and finding the good things that are going on out there and building on that so it's just a big best practices seminar.
It seems that the skills development piece is critical. And we've talked a lot about the need to certify our coaches and to get more quality coaching. There's obviously a lot of quality coaches. So Tamika, this is a question for you. You've obviously engaged in the youth space. You've taken that on. That seems to be a labor of love for you, is addressing young people in their space. Tell me your thoughts on relative to what you saw as a player coming up and what you see now.
Well, I think, my background's obviously a lot different. My father played in the NBA, played for 11 years, so my coach was my dad growing up. And just having a goal and having a dream of wanting to be an NBA player at first until the WNBA came around, and obviously my goal switched. And for me now, I don't aspire to be a coach. I run basketball camp underneath my foundation, the Catch the Stars Foundation in Indianapolis. And the kids that come, it is amazing that you're having the opportunity to talk to them. We go from ages 7 all the way up to 16, but our camp goes up to 14. And the skill level sometimes is amazing, or lack thereof sometimes, just at the different age group. And it really does depend on the coaches that they have and what they learn from their individual coaches. So I like the fact of, creating a unified space where everybody can go, and no matter what state you're at, no matter what state you're in, being able to go to one place and find the coaches that are available and that they're certified coaches. Because we have a lot of people that try to coach, and not in a negative way, but we have a lot of people that have, a basketball mentality, whether they played in junior high or high school or college or so on, that want to come back and want to give back to the game. But sometimes those are the ones that get kind of lost in the crack, and the ones that maybe don't have the skill level and that have more of a name more than a skill, being able to teach are the ones that kind of get most of the kids. And you find the kids that lack the skills that they need, the dribbling with their head up, something as simple as that, just teaching that, shooting dynamic, passing, looking for teammates. But I think even beyond all of that, kids are starting now at a much younger age playing, and a lot of them are being forced to play. I know for me personally, I played because I loved the game, and I played a lot of different sports. Basketball I didn't individually do until I got to college. I played basketball, volleyball, ran track and field, played softball early on. Even my mom put me in dance class for whatever case. I don't know, I was terrible. But just trying to not force it so much on the kids and allowing them the opportunity, because I think it's hard when you get into an environment with the coaches where we get a lot of coaches that are yelling at these kids. And I know from a female standpoint, girls don't like to be yelled at early on. If we want to be nurtured, we want to know, okay, even if you do something bad, you don't necessarily only point out the negative, but you find the positive in it as well. So I think nurturing the sport, nurturing the girls, boys and girls, and but just trying to find more qualified coaches.
Thank you. Carol, this is back to you. So we know that we need a unified approach. What are some of the things you're thinking about?
Well, it's interesting because the whole coach certification is an interesting animal. You want to idealistically have such a great education program that every coach wants to take it and be accredited or licensed or whatever. But the reality is, unless you force people to do that, sometimes they won't do it. So the National Federation, if you're not a teacher, you have to take a coaching certification class to be able to coach at the high school level. For the most part, I think most states do that. So what about the youth space? What's forcing you to do that? So we're going to come at it from, of course, an angle of doing the best job we can about the actual course and the education that we would provide, but also certifying or accrediting the organizations. So if the Boys and Girls Clubs have a program, what we'd like to do is say, come to us, this will be our accreditation program for your organization, and included in that will be coaching education. It will also be, the U.S. Olympic Committee has just started a safe sport program. It'll be taking safe sport training. It is also going to be doing a background check on the coaches. But it's also then providing the curriculum that either we think is correct, or if you tell us what your curriculum is, then we will look at that. So it's educating the coaches, it's certifying programs, it's doing our own events, it's finding events that are out there already done that are great that we would put our stamp on. It's just a whole variety of things, but then also having a website where you can come, anybody can come, whether you're a 5-year-old kid just looking just 'cause, or you're a parent looking to find what we think are good programs out there, and we can lead you in that direction.
Mm-hmm. Great. So because we're at a place where there's not ideal, a less than ideal model for coaching at the youth level, I think many coaches would argue that our kids are coming in less skilled. And so what our game has become is much more physical. And so this is a question for you, Connie. We engaged in, I think, was arguably one of the best or the most impactful changes in terms of how we officiate the game. Can you just give us your perspective on how that's been received and what now needs to come next?
Sure. I think what Anuka is referring to is last summer, the WCBO started looking very seriously at what we can do to clean up play. It was it was kind of part of the white paper, but not addressed specifically. And we really went back to the drawing board and decided that we thought that as currently written, our rules provided for a lot more ball and player protection than our coaches and our athletes were seeing on the floor. So with the strong support and cooperation of the WBCA, we really went on an educational mission that was educating our officials much more specifically through the summer camp period, and also with the strong cooperation and support of all of our coordinators of officials, maintaining a different sense of scrutiny on how we were protecting the ball and the shooter, with the idea of it would allow more freedom of movement, it would increase shooting percentages, it would have a lot of positive advantages to the game of women's basketball. I think it's clear it shows out statistically that we had some success in that, but this is only year one. I think the next direction and the next point of emphasis that we're going to work on over the summer, and again, involving our coaches, because I think it's also very critical that whatever we roll out, they understand what they can see on the floor so that they can change their style of play or their individual traits of their defenders or their offensive players to respond, to be ready for these calls and to respond perhaps with more ease. So we're going to hit the post this year. We're going to really kind of focus on that. We're going to look at a lot of different things. There's some experimental things going into that dialogue about a wider lane and all these different kinds of things. But this year it's really just going to be, again, with looking at the rules as they are currently written. If we increase our level of enforcement and everyone's expectation of their enforcement, how can we improve the game of collegiate women's basketball?
Great, thank you. So I see you out there. What are your thoughts? Do you think it's working? We need you at the mic, though. No, here you go. There's a mic right there. Just call people out. Be ready.
See, the stand-up thing, jokes are coming. You know that, don't
Really?
you? Yeah.
I would have
Where's
never
my
thought.
booster chair. This is the first time ever that coordinators of officials were given the support that we got from all these people up on these stages. We always went to these meetings and they would say, let's do it this way, let's do it that way. But then we never really got support from everybody that was above us. And it was like, we're the ones making these rules. And we're like, no, we're not the ones making these rules. And so for the first time, we went to our coordinators meetings in September in the NCAA offices in Indianapolis. And Anuka sat in front of us. And she said, these are your marching orders. This is what you will tell the officials that work for you. And I have over 300, which is, I can make a message to a lot of people. But Patty, June, Sally, everybody, Debbie, everybody said, we will support you. We will be behind you with these changes, because we're going to say, well, these touch calls, and they're going to say, well, in the women's game, it's a touch, whatever, you're not going to let them play. But that's what changed the whole dynamics, is the support that we had from everybody that was over our head. And we've never, ever had that before. And I've been involved in this business for over 30 years.
Good, thank you. There's a lot of discussion about women's basketball and the NCAA and its mission relative to the student athlete. What people enjoyed about our sport was that it was distinctly different from men's basketball, right? People said it's the quality of play, it's the passing, it's the freedom of movement. There are many reasons why people engaged in women's basketball. So it speaks to the image of our sport and how it's even portrayed in the media. And so one of my questions for you, Kate, is, talk to us about what you're hearing relative to our sport and how it's handled from a media standpoint.
That's a good question. You said earlier, we can certainly hit home on whatever point we feel is crucial, and I think the main one I have, coming from an outsider media perspective, is that most members of the media and most writers want to tell fantastic stories, and they want to introduce the public to new athletes or new teams. And I think, as from a writer perspective, that happens best when you have a subject or a team that is allowing you to see them authentically, flaws and all. And I think, and I've talked about this with a lot of media members when it comes to women's basketball, a lot of times there's a lot of walls up in women's basketball. Whether that's with an athlete or a coach, you're not feeling like you're getting the authentic person. And I think oftentimes when you want to write about women's basketball, there can be some defensiveness as well. You can't change our game because change must mean we were doing something wrong. And I think my main message would be in order to become more culturally relevant and have more and more stories that introduce readers to athletes, like Tamika here has a wonderful story that resonated with the public, as well as Brittany Griner, you see Elena Deladon. Those stories happen, and the media get more involved when they feel like they're getting the 100% authentic version of whoever they're engaging with and covering. And a lot of times when you're not getting that, you end up getting a story that doesn't resonate. So that, I'm not sure if I even remotely answered your question,
Sure
but that was the
did. It
main
does.
point I wanted to make.
It touches on it, definitely does. So, you know, at the collegiate space, we're always challenged with, is women's basketball a product or a cause? And it speaks to our fight for equity and leveling the playing field for women's basketball over the last 40 years. And so with that said, our women's basketball committee is challenged with, what does the tournament look like? How do we address, you know, Val talked about areas of the cost structure, potentially dialing it back. How do we right size the tournament? So Drew, I know you have been challenged with that along with the committee, and just talk to us about how you deal or how you approach that. Sometimes what seems like a conflict in the philosophy. Is it a product or is it a cause? It's about the student athlete first and foremost, but why don't you talk to us about that?
Well, most of our committee is out here today, and I don't want to speak for them, but there is a lot of synergy in our room about what we need to do to advance our sport with always keeping the student athlete experience in mind. And when I was listening to Patty's response about how just the officiating piece was pulled together in a certain way, Val, to your point, if our approach to the championship and our approach to all of the different constituencies that seem to have a hand or a finger on this product, I think we would have a better opportunity to say, Connie, this is what your committee does, and where's Nora Lynn? This is what her committee has done, and I think that's one of the challenges that our committee sees is, look, I feel like our biggest job is to watch a lot of games and get the best 64 teams and the best 112 officials and get the bracket right. So when we walk out of the room in Indianapolis, we say, that's a good bracket. But in the larger perspective, we also know that our committee has some visibility, and how do we use that in the best way? I think moving the championship through the legislative process so that we're moving the Final Four in a couple of years back to Friday, Sunday, off of Sunday, Tuesday, has been positively received by the WBCA and certainly by our committee, and also moving first and second rounds so we're not planted right on top of the men's championship, but moving back to Friday, Sunday, Saturday, Monday will also be advantageous for our fans. I think one thing that we still struggle with, all of us in this room do, is we have fans who are primarily fans of a team and not necessarily fans of the sport. And how do we make that different? I mean, how do we make the product so good that 20 years ago, I would say, when I was at Tennessee, Donna, you know this, if you come to a women's game at Tennessee, you're going to come back, whether Tamika was playing or not. And that was true. I mean, you'd have somebody come and say, dang, this is just awesome. And the skill level was better. So I'm being a little fractured in my response, but you are exactly right. In your report, Val, and in what we're dealing with as a committee, we're trying to impact the championship in the immediate future and looking down the road. And then after that, we need to have some kind of compass that we can all look at to better the sport.
And well, when you think about that compass, what are we trying to, generally are we focused on? The next polling question I'd like to get some feedback on is, what is the main marketing goal for women's basketball? Is it about attendance? Is it revenue? Is it TV ratings? Is it community outreach? What is it? I'd like to hear your input on that. And then while we're doing this, I want to know if there are any questions from the audience. Danielle? Any questions? Well, this is your time to engage this group. Sure.
Anuka, we have a question from Twitter. Kevin Fee wanted to know if we feel media coverage is as good as it should be for women's basketball.
You want to answer that?
I'm not sure I can answer whether it's as good as it should be. That would be like a question for everyone else to tell me if they think it's as good as it should be.
I say it's not, just saying.
Yeah, and I would probably agree. I think that's a two-way street, of course. because from my perspective, like if I could pitch 8 women's basketball stories and nobody might be interested in any of them. But I could pitch like a really bad NBA story and somebody would want it. And that's probably because of the numbers on the television ratings and the revenue and the attendance. It's like we need to get women's basketball needs to get those numbers up, and then the media will pay attention. But of course, I know you could also say that we need to write better stories so people pay attention. So that's a roundabout way of saying I think we could do a better job, because I think we need better writers, better storytellers to get interesting protagonists. This is like storytelling talk, but interesting people in front of the public. Because you saw with the Olympic hockey, women's hockey game, that was relevant to the public. It's like if they know the story and if they get the stakes, the public will watch. It's not about whether it's women or men playing.
Sure.
They need to get the stories and know the stakes. And I think women's basketball has the stakes. They just don't have like the authentic stories. They don't know who enough of these players are.
Can I gotta jump in on this one, because I don't know if people can hear me. I think we're challenged here. I mean, to me, it's not just a women's basketball story, but it's a women's sports story generally. I think it is hard. You know, the good traditional media can be very harsh, I find. And I find it is cyclical. So when you talk about women's ice hockey, of course, that's going to be a big storyline for a week in February every 4 years when the Winter Olympic Games are going on and USA is playing Canada in the gold medal game. That is a story that will be told. But now that we're past Sochi, you know, where are we? Where are we reading about those storylines? They sort of come and go. I think the beauty for women's basketball is that the combination of women's college basketball in the November to April 7th, 8th timeframe, and then the pickup almost right away of the WNBA with the interspersion, if that's a word, every couple of years of the national team sort of keeps us out there. But that said, I know I live in New York. I am often disappointed when I pick up the Times or the Post or the Daily News, the traditional print media, and I'm like, I'm turning pages, trying to find stories and scores. It's just hard to come by. I think ESPN, and I know folks are here, have done a great job. We ought to just be lauding this company, because they have sort of put this on their backs. I mean, it's not even just women's basketball. It's everything. They have more programming around women's sports than any other entity that there is, and so they've done a huge amount of work for that. I think non-traditional media will help women's basketball and women's sports. I mean, stories will get out through these other vehicles that aren't being told, and they'll have to be found. But we have a growing demographic of young people, and that's how they're going to find their news. My daughters don't read the newspaper. They're picking up their phone, and they've got I don't even know what it is, because I don't even understand it. But that they're finding their stories in other ways. So I think part of the challenge among the many is this piece, of our sport, because I don't know, I guess the polling closed here, but I mean, I think putting the student athlete piece aside, the fact that in college sports it's not the WNBA, we're talking about students and women who aren't going to play in the WNBA for the most part, and they've got to be using these sports programs to develop their educational stuff. But I think when you talk about growing, it is about fan support. That's driving everything. If you have fans, you're going to have revenues. If you have fans, you're going to have sponsors. If you're going to have fans, the networks are perkier about it. And the business sort of grows. And it's like what I was in Dallas at a couple days ago. We had 80,000 people in the AT&T Stadium in Dallas watching a couple of basketball games. I mean, could we ever get to that? I don't know. Wouldn't that be great? But it's going to come from fan support, and interest in the media is a part of that.
I know we'll move on in a second, but I will say, content used to be where you had to get buy-in from the New York Times or ESPN.com to write your story. The content doesn't work that way anymore. I mean, if you take the WNBA, for example, they could, you do this to a certain extent, but you can own your own content. You write an amazing story on X player overseas, just because it doesn't have New York Times on it anymore. If that story is well done, it will get shared on Twitter and people will read it. So it's like you got to change the thinking of the model. Like I got to get buy-in from so-and-so reporter to write my story. You don't need that anymore. You mean everybody can tell their own stories now. So.
We're going to put the results of the polls up. Attendance. It's all about attendance. Did you have a question? Yeah.
One of the things from the standpoint of student-athlete welfare, and we always talk about the student-athlete experience, we have started in the last 4 or 5 years to interview student-athletes at halftime. And I'd actually like that to be a polling question if that's possible. But
she's taken over the summit. Just so.
It has always been a concern of mine, and it's been voiced by a number of other coaches, et cetera, that their student-athletes coming in and out of the halftime should be focused on their game, and that's what's most important to them. In particular, when a student-athlete comes out of a halftime and their coaches have told them what the game plan is and refocused them on their second half, now one of their star players is now stopped and asked to be interviewed with a question. The coaches being taken out of out of one of their timeouts to be interviewed during a game is another concern, especially in a critical time. And we've seen a number of instances this year where a lot of the games have been very close, and yet coaches are taken out at critical time in the second half to be interviewed. So a couple of questions. One, can we quantify the value of doing that? And would this time be better used to talk about these stories that we keep talking about, those 30-second clips? Could we instead do a 30-second clip about some of these outstanding young women and things that they are doing beyond the basketball court?
Yeah. So I would say that's a great question. I think it's a great question, but the one thing I will add is Roz Durant will be here on one of these panels, and I think that may be more appropriate for her to answer, because there's a lot to be said about as we build our brand, we're asking our women to do things that might be taking them out of their comfort zone, but might be just a necessary piece in us building our game.
Thank you. I'm a pediatrician. My question is concerning about when I see over-involvement of parents dealing with that, especially in the women's game, is the fathers are usually early on, Tamika, a little different than most folks would have. And then the drop-off between, early adolescence when kids are doing that. But how do we control parents? I mean, I think that all of us that have coached in any level,
This is a cultural question.
it's across the board in
Yeah,
men and women's game. It's just it's a disease that has to be rectified. And I think it hurts the people.
Tamika, would you like to answer that?
Yeah, I mean,
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that, like I said, I was a little fortunate, because my dad actually knew what he was talking about. So when he ran it and raved, we got it. I think it's hard, A lot of these parents now, are raising the next WNBA superstar or the next NBA superstar. So I talked about kids starting earlier, and as far as training, I've seen some 3-year-olds on AAU teams, and I'm like, what? His dad's the coach. He's 3 years old, and he actually puts them in the game, and so doesn't belong. But it's just he's out there, and a lot of parents are just getting over involved. But I don't know how you stop it, because it's one of those things where they make millions. The NBA players make millions, WNBA players, hopefully by the time these youngsters get there, they'll be making millions too. So every single level, you're looking at them just, the parents are just pushing them. And as coaches, you can't be concerned about coaching on the court and what's going on in the stand. So it's tough. I don't really know how you go about doing, we can't control what our parents do, and you can't control what the parents do. But I guess it's trying to go back to that authenticity and just being, very truthful right off the bat with parents and letting them know, whether or not your child is going to get to that next level, at the youth level, every child should have the opportunity to play minutes. And that's what it's all about. It's all about the opportunity. It's all about the experience, not necessarily in 7th or 8th grade or 5th and 6th grade, are we looking at you going straight to the WNBA. So, just trying to give everybody an opportunity early on.
Thank you, Tamika. So,
taking it one step further, how do you control parents? How do you control fans?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's the next piece of, we are at the college level with people storming courts. We are one accident away from lawsuits. And
Yeah, I would say that at every level. You're probably finding it at WNBA level. So, sure.
I'm going to go back to the last question. I know for me being a WNBA athlete, I know we have the student athlete coming up, but we've been asked too in the WNBA to speak up. And I'm a kind of player when I'm focused, and the coach knows when I'm in the zone and I'm focused on the game. I don't like distractions. I don't like interviews. I don't like doing all that. I'll do it as I'm running off the court. But I do find that it's tough coming off, for the student athletes coming back into the gym after halftime, after your coach is talking, and it's like you have the whole game plan, and now somebody sticks the microphone in your mouth, like, hey, what's the game plan? And you just got it, and so it can kind of play against you a little bit too, whether for that game or whether for the next game. So there's definitely an issue that you have to deal with the student athletes and just trying to come out, because when you're focused and the game's on the line, and even for the coaches, like we need our coaches in the huddle to tell us the game plan. The assistant coaches are there, yes, they're all on the same page, but it's a more uniform front when you have the whole coaching staff there too.
Thank you.
Okay, can I say
we-
one thing about, just add to the conversation? I work at a community college, and there's only men's sports. And a lot of the girls go from the community colleges to four-year schools, but they have not had that kind. They, one, don't have any encouragement, and two, then don't have those skills.
Yeah.
And then the other piece I wanted to just bring up is kind of the difficulty for women of the whole sexualization of women when trying to be athletes. Like you look at Sports Illustrated, and the biggest, issue is women on the cover looking sexy, whereas that's not the message we want, obviously, for women, period.
Yeah,
And
you bring up a great point. It's one of the challenges that I thought of putting up there, and I did, from the image standpoint. How do we address growing the brand without sexualizing the sport? I think that's a challenge. Anyway, so we've come to the end of our first session, and I'm going to ask you to hold that question. Sorry, I have to do that. But I need to get the next panel up on stage, and then we'll be addressing some of the things that we weren't able to answer in this particular session. So I want to thank the participants. Thank you very much. Yeah. And next coming up is Carolyn Henry. No seating assignments. Sit where you'd like. Jen, you're on deck. You're on. Jen Rosati, our head coach at Hartford. Sure, one. And I'll just introduce everybody when they come up. And okay, Laurel's here. Roz. Roz. Obviously, you're going to be on fire because we asked a question that I said, oh, Roz is going to answer that. It's like kiss and tell. What is that? So, all right, so we have another phenomenal panel up here. And let me just go through. Obviously, Val Ackerman is still here. We have Laurel Ritchie, our commissioner of the WNBA. Roz Durant, vice president, ESPN, absolute rock star. Jen Rosati, head coach at University of Hartford. And Carolyn Henry, the current chair of the Women's Basketball Committee. So I guess one of the things I'll start with coming out of this last session is, we talked about how impactful everybody thinks it's about attendance, right? So when we think about the need to grow the sport from an attendance standpoint, you have to address revenues, right? You have to think about, what is one of the things that we're being told that's plaguing our sport is the lack of revenue generation in our sport. How do you, when you think about, and we're going to go to you, Roz, Because when we talk about this, the need to have our student athletes do things that really are outside of their comfort zone, give us a sense of what your perspective is when you are asking the NCAA to do that.
So, hello. Going back to the question on the access and the interviews, it's always an interesting one because, of course, we hear this concern from on the women's basketball. We hear this concern at every level and in any sport, whether that is, we've had this exact same conversation with Stern and Adam on the NBA years ago. The tough part is, even though, and so often with these interviews, what the player says, what the coach says may not be that additive or groundbreaking. When we do quantitative research, and we do it all the time across sports, and when we ask fans about differentiators, it ranks high. One of the highest in terms of fan perception, of feeling as if they're getting behind the scenes, they're getting additional information. And we always talk about on the TV side, making the game sticky, right? So once we draw you there, how do we keep you there? How do we get the time spent viewing up? How do we get you to stay longer? And hopefully the first answer is we do that by having a really competitive game. And we say, what are the other things that we can do? So when we go and talk to fans about what else are you looking for? What attracts you to a game? What makes you stay at a game? Access rates as high as anything. And even when it's not a lot of information, feeling as if they have, you know, from a fan standpoint, they're saying, if I can't be there, make me feel like I'm there. Give me more information, give me more access. And those elements, while may not be, you know, the coaches, and we've heard that from some coaches, favorite thing to do, may not be the player's favorite thing to do from a television standpoint and from a, you know, audience draw standpoint, it resonates. And, you know, when we talk about the, and I get it, we talk about the priority and the attendance. I was looking back at just some of our viewership numbers, and, you know, we've reached as high as 5.7, 6 million, near close to 6 million viewers in games. So I do think about them and say, if I can get, even if not that number, if I can get a few million, a couple million to this game, how do I serve them? How do I get them to stay longer? And access is one of the points that resonate. So our intention is to find ways to make it as easy on everyone as we can, whether it's a coach or whether it's a player, but would want to work with you, would want to work with the NCAA to find creative ways to do it that still serves the fans. I can't even say the fans' interest now. Now it becomes fans' expectation. In the day of social media, fans have gotten used to having everything, access all the time, anyway, behind the scenes. And what we try to do on television is simply an extension of what they've come to expect. It went from being special to being normal.
Thank you, Roz.
Can I just answer this for a minute? Because we're dealing with this as well on both men's and women's basketball, and understandably, probably not surprisingly, you get the pushback.
Absolutely.
I think the burden of this probably is going to fall more on the coaches than the student athletes. I think that could be managed. With the referees in the room, I don't want to give you heart failure, but the networks, as Roz said, they have such high expectations now about access. They ask about miking officials. That's out there too. And because in this quest to get every little, bit, they're looking for everything, and it's everything. And it's not just during the game or at halftime. It's pregame in the locker room and halftime in the locker room for the pep talk, and it's whatever. I mean, it's a whole lot of things that they're looking for. And I think the challenge really is that we have as a sport is, I think for women's basketball, all of that is good. I mean, I think the more interest, the better. If we can cultivate that interest through these mechanisms, that accomplishes certain agenda items that we have. But at the same time, you do have to try to preserve the competitive integrity of this and maintain concentration levels and not sort of let it get too far off in another direction, because that has unintended consequences as well. But I would just say everybody here needs to get ready for this, because this is the way it's going, and this is the expectation of the networks, and they're getting it in contracts and the like.
And because it's expectation, right? So it's expectation.
Mm-hmm.
So this year, with the W, we experimented with the ref cam. Putting the camera on the side of the glasses of the ref, and I think, again, I agree with you, Val, that I think we never want to do anything that undermines the integrity of the game, but I truly believe what differentiates women's sports, and definitely the WNBA, is accessibility. That's accessibility to the game, to our fans, to the coaches. You know, I have to call you out, Lynn, but when Lynn Dunn said something on camera like, you know, forget about the refs, they've got their panties in a wad. Like, forevermore, I love that. It was a playoff game. Correct me, am I right, Lynn? But I mean, to me, there was nothing harmful about that. She wasn't giving away strategy. But for people who have not had the pleasure of meeting Lynn Dunn and knowing her as a person, in that 7 words, you kind of know Lynn Dunn at the end of that. So access is so critical to us, and I think when we, as the women's game, can be at the forefront of innovation, it does right by us, and it also solidifies what I think is fundamental to us as a sport and what makes us unique. And again, I don't want to do anything ever that undermines integrity or betrays anyone's strategy or does anything that is offensive to a human being. But I think there is much to be gained for us to lead the way.
Okay, so the only thing I'm going to say to that is we got a lot of work to do. Lynn, did you really say that?
Yes, let me answer for you, Lynn. Lynn, I'm going to help you out on this one. You did, hon.
We're going to take a question.
Well, you know, I think it's kind of unique that you talk about the social media access, et cetera. And I kind of view that along the same lines as national security. There's a certain level that you have to stop at and say, okay, this is where we stop because there's certain things you just don't need to know. Maybe that comment's one, I'm not sure. But the going back to the poll, and everybody's focused on the attendance, you know, the 3 things on that poll that correlate, the TV ratings, the attendance, the revenue, those all amount to dollars and cents. And I think the other thing that people need to focus on is maybe the community outreach. Because when you're talking about the community outreach and the social media aspect, what better way to reach out to the community than these writers and sports information directors? I mean, these people are crossing all those boundaries right there. The community outreach, we're talking about, you know, it's coming down to the personalities of the student athletes. Once again, focus on the student athletes. People are identifying with these student athletes, identifying with the sports they play, the teams that they play for. It's creating that excitement. The media helps cross those boundaries and through social media and all the other access to build the excitement of the product that people want to see, that they want to attend. It equates to dollars and cents in the end. And I think just focusing on just attendance is probably not exactly the end-all be-all. I think the community outreach and the full gamut of, you know, the media access and identifying with those student athletes, and once again focusing on those student athletes, that's where it begins at the base level. And we get to the dollars and cents at the end of the line.
I think what you're really talking about is strategy, right? And so I totally agree with you. I think attendance is absolutely critical. Of all of the business measures, I think attendance is and should be, and I was actually glad that we have a bit of agreement. Maybe that's our first piece of agreement of the summit, so that could be a good thing. But I think that is critical. I think what you're speaking about is how do you get there?
Yeah,
and I think
where does it start? And it
where
starts
does it,
here,
yeah,
and we get there.
absolutely. But I think you've got to know what your end game is, and then what are all the tools in your arsenal to help you get to that point. So,
because it didn't matter what sport my kids played for in any of the colleges that I've worked for. It didn't matter whether it was, you know, field hockey or women's soccer or whatever. On each of those teams, I had characters, student athletes that had personality.
Yeah.
And people want to know about those personalities. The way they know is through that community outreach. These writers are telling their stories. And then people are identifying with that, identifying with those teams. They want to go see those teams. They want to see that product. And they're paying the money to do it.
right, but you don't want them just to know them. You want them to know them and then take an action on top of it, right? to say they are interesting, they are fabulous, they are competitive. That was something very surprising that I didn't know. And as a result of that, I'm going to go.
Yeah. So this brings me into a whole different area, but it speaks to the need and the importance that we drill home attendance. So, and this is a question for Jen, and also would like Carolyn to weigh in on it. So we have this past, and let's put up the next regional polling question. So we have just entertained probably, I know, sorry, gotta go here. So we're talking about the need to grow our sport. And at the collegiate level, you know, we have done a lot of mirroring of the men's game. And one of the things that we did is we moved our sites to neutral sites, right, to remove this competitive advantage of having it on home sites. So this year we had our regionals at home sites, and we had the second largest attendance numbers in the history of women's basketball. And so the question becomes, our plan is to go back to regional sites. What are your thoughts on our plan is to go back to neutral sites. What are your thoughts on what we've seen and how we address this?
Thanks a lot. Can I go back to any of the other questions that you've asked so far?
I'd ask you to vote while she's talking.
Yikes. Okay, so this is a tough one for me because I know how our coaches feel. I'm also, you know, a player from a pretty prominent program, even though it was a long time ago. And I'm, you know, pretty involved with the WBCA and you guys in terms of doing what's best for women's basketball. So I'm like right in the middle of all of this. As a coach, the 2 games that I won in the NCAA tournament at Hartford were on neutral courts. So, you know, naturally in a competitive way, I don't want to play on somebody else's home floor because it gives me a better chance to win. I beat Temple at Trenton and I beat Syracuse down at LSU. So there's that part of me that says this is selfishly the best chance I have. Then I look at, you know, my playing career, and in 1995, I don't care where you played us, we would have beaten anybody. That's how I feel. But then I look at the NCAA tournament from this year, and I know there was a lot of pushback from our coaches and our association on moving to the home campus sites. But when I turned on the television to watch UConn play BYU, and there was 12,000 people from Nebraska, 10,000 people at the game, even though their team had gotten upset, I don't know that happens at neutral sites. When I turn on the television to watch LSU play Maryland, and there's how many? I'm sorry, not LSU, Louisville? 11,000 people at the game, and Maryland still found a way to win. You know, there's part of me that thinks this is what I would want to be paying in front of. If I was the coach at Maryland, this is awesome. That my team is undeterred by playing at Louisville, and we're good enough to find a way, and the energy and the excitement compared to playing in front of a neutral crowd with 1,000 people out in California. I mean, so as a competitor, you know, and a coach and someone who is very involved in this process, you know, I want to think that playing on the home sites is probably better for us right now. Even though as a competitor, and I'm sure any of the coaches that are in here might disagree, that as a group we've kind of come together and say it's not what we want. So I know I'm kind of riding the fence here very carefully and for good reason, but I can see valid points on both sides. And I think right now as a group we need to do what's best right now. And if that means moving back to home sites because we have better crowds and it looks better on television and the energy's better and it's a better student athlete experience in some ways, then that's what we need to do. And if we get to the point where we can go back to neutral sites because that's what's best for you guys, want equity too, you want parity. So we got to, you know, at some point get to that point too, then, you know, at some point down the road maybe we move back to the neutral sites.
Okay.
From the
committee's perspective, and we listen to the coaches and we value your opinion. As you can see, in 2015, we're back to neutral site regionals. But one of our concerns is creating a championship atmosphere for our student athletes. And so with the neutral sites, in the past, we have not always created that championship atmosphere because we simply haven't filled the stands. And so we're torn as well in terms of what to do with those regionals, because we're going back to the top 16 for the first and second round. So hopefully that will create a championship atmosphere, and there are obviously logistics we'll have to work out with that. And then we're going to have the regionals, and we're going to be faced with neutral site regionals, and how do we get folks interested? Now, on the earlier panel, on the earlier panel, we talked about attendance being a factor and whether or not we had fans of the game or fans of teams. And we would really need to have fans of the game when we're looking at neutral site regionals, so that we could create that same type of atmosphere that we saw at Louisville, that we saw in Lincoln. So the regionals is something that we will continue to discuss, but your input will be valued. And obviously we listened to you this year, but moving forward, we need to figure out how to continue to give our student athletes the best experience possible.
Well, and we talked, I mean, this was one of the reasons that the WBCA put together the marketing symposium that they did on Friday. So it's not as if the coaches don't understand our responsibility when it comes to filling our own arenas. Like, I was there for an hour and 15 minutes, and I can't tell you how many times the four coaches on the stage said, community service, community outreach, do the speaking engagements, get out in your community, grassroots marketing. I think in this day and age, the young assistants that come into the game don't understand that this is part of their responsibility. No, either nobody was telling us when I was 25 and started, or nobody was telling us over the last 10 years. And for those kids to sit in that symposium all day long and hear it from the coaches on the stage, and not just anyone. I mean, we had the big names in the game talk about getting out and speaking, and you talked about attendance. Attendance is a product of people wanting to watch you, wanting to watch your kids. I can remember at UConn, we used to play and come right back out onto the court, and all the fans would be standing around us, and we'd see our families. Now it's like high security. You can't have access to players like that anymore. So it's part of our responsibility as coaches to make ourselves accessible. It's not our responsibility to complain that we're not getting coverage. We have to tell our own stories. We have to put our kids in a position to do the kinds of things, and for them to understand their social responsibility to give back, to do community service, to understand that volunteering at a children's hospital or mentoring a kid, that's a story. That's who we are as women's basketball athletes. And so it's our job as a coaches association to do this better. We get that. And I also get that coaches want to win, and if there's one chance they have of getting to the Final Four, they don't want to have to go through a home site to do it. So I get both sides, but I just want everybody to know that as a coaches group, we have very much taken a good look at ourselves this year, and we are making a concerted effort to do more when it comes to building that attendance, building that fan base, and understanding that it's our job to do it. Maybe not our marketing people, not just the interns, but it's our job to get out and get people interested in who we are.
Thank you. Let's look at that polling question result. All right. And then I want to make sure we have an opportunity to ask a question.
Sure. I was at the marketing symposium on Friday, and then obviously today going through the sessions. And the one thing that we're hearing consistently is obviously attendance. We need to do attendance, get more people there. And I think across all sports, whether it's football or women's basketball, whatever, you're seeing a decline in attendance at games. We're seeing a decline because of the access that TV is able to give that we can't give for people who are there. The people in the stands don't hear those interviews. They don't get to see the behind the scenes. They don't get to see any of that, so they'd rather stay at home and watch it on TV. What is the response to that, and how do we balance the access that we're giving on TV versus being able to provide something in person that makes them want to buy the ticket and come see it in person?
I think I would give that to Val and Roz. Thoughts?
Do you want to go first? Okay. Well, all right. I'll dip my toe in that water. It's a great question. I mean, and in fact, one of the things that I sort of researched with the help of my ESPN friends, was the quantity of women's basketball television now. I mean, the good news is there's, Carol Stiff, how many hundreds of women's basketball? 800 women's basketball games on television during the course of the winter. Okay, that's unprecedented. Where were we 30 years ago? Not there. So fans have a chance to see it. All of the conferences have network agreements, or now digital streaming, if they don't have the network agreement, where you can see your school play. So you don't have to go to the game. You don't have to pay for parking. You don't have to buy the hot dog. You know, you don't have to come home late at night if the game start time is 9 p.m. because that's what TV got you. So, you know, it's the great question. It's the right question. Do I have the right answer? I don't know. You know, I think this will be a bit of a continue to be a bit of a push-pull with networks. I mean, I'll give you a Big East example. Amber Cox is in the room. And Jeannie Ponsetto here. We had our conference tournament where we had to play a game. We played 2 games. Our semifinals were played during the day on a Monday. We played at 3:30 local and 6 o'clock local because that was our TV window. So there we were sort of, it's like almost the worst of all worlds because we were challenged on TV. I guess we got a sort of okay window because it was late afternoon and not evening prime time, but it was a very difficult window for attendance. So there was sort of, but that was, you know, what we had, and we had to make a decision about it. So I don't know the answer, but I do know, and I'm going to echo what Laurel said, whatever way we need to find to do it, attendance really does matter. I mean, because it's not only student-athlete experience, but it's also revenue, which isn't unimportant now. I mean, our cost structures are up, and the only way we're going to get that money back is probably on ticket sales. Because sponsors are in rare cases, in my experience, I mean, I'm not going to speak for the WNBA, but spending large sums incrementally to support only women's basketball. It's going to probably be part of the package. So that revenue stream isn't there. The rights fees are really, in college sports anyway, on football. And men's basketball to a degree, certainly for NCAA tournament, it's there. But so we've got to rely on those ticket sales streams in order to sort of, you know, close the gap there. So it really matters, and it's a perception issue. And it looks great on television, you can't deny.
That's right.
When those 11 or 12 are there instead of the 600 or 1,000. So, you know, I don't think anybody here is here to give you an answer, but I will acknowledge it's a terrific question, and one that, you know, with the sort of combined efforts of many, we got to get our arms around.
I'd just add to that and say, I'll be brief, that it's a difficult balance. And the challenge that we have is finding the balance. So it's not one necessarily at the expense of the other. We can have, you know, if we fill all of our arenas, we still can't have the same reach that we would with high-rated television events, right? So when we talk about growing the sport, you want to expose more people to the sport. Beyond, in the first panel, we talked about the fan of the team versus this fan of the game. As we have more people that we want to bring as fans of the game, we have to expose them to it. And again, looking at some of our championship game ratings, we've had over 5 million people tune in. That is something that you only get through television. But we want full stands on television. It looks better. If you are a casual fan who's channel surfing, you are more interested when you tune in and it looks like there is something exciting happening there. There are people in the stands, there are people cheering. So it is important to us from a television standpoint and from a perception standpoint to have people there and to have attendance up. So the balance is finding ways to get the attendance up without losing the millions of people that you're exposing it to on television, because that's not good for the game either.
So along those lines, you know, we talked about, and you brought this up, Val, the number of games on TV, the fact that the question from our audience was really about, you know, listen, there's a lot of other ways for me to consume women's basketball. I don't have to be in the arena. But 800 games on TV, that's a lot of games. And there's also a school, can you put the next polling question up? There's also a question as to, you know, are we showcasing our best when we put these teams on TV? You know, we have now many more conferences with networks. At the WNBA level, you have many games on TV.
First, I'll ask you to answer that question, but I want to give Laurel an opportunity to just engage in a discussion as to does it make sense that we are only exposing our best as we're growing our sport?
So my short answer to that is yes, but I've got to go back to that other one because it was just so juicy. I can't just let it go. But I promise I'll answer this one fast, and I promise I'll do both quickly. I think that, to me, it is on the job of the league and the team to make sure that the in-arena experience is terrific. And, you know, I think about our team in Seattle, where in fourth quarter a horn blows, all the kids who are in the arena get to go down onto the court and do a conga line behind the mascot. Or in Minnesota, at the end of every game, I don't know, I think it's every game, or maybe it's only when they win, I'm not sure, but in Minnesota, it really doesn't really matter. But, but at the end of every game, there's a dance on court that, I'm 55 and I look forward to that moment, you know? And so I think that, yes, we want to, I don't worry that we, from a WNBA standpoint, are overexposed on television and that is going to decrease our in-arena attendance, because we are working very, very hard to make some things happen in that arena that you're just not going to get through the screen. And you just need to make sure that both of them are really rich and wonderful experiences. At the WNBA, we work very hard to, we are evolving from making sure that we have each team with the same number of nationally televised games to putting our very best games on TV, because we don't have, and I think that's the right way to go. You know, if I've got one chance to strut my stuff on national TV, I want to put my best foot forward. And that has been, I have to say, I'm really proud of our ownership group. They may not all love it, but they absolutely understand it, and that decision was made on behalf of the league and growing our sport. So what comes with that is growth in the game, and when we grow the game, then I think we increase all the talent that comes into the game, and we increase parity amongst the teams, and then we expand, and all, you know, it's a self-fulfilling good thing. So from our vantage point at the WNBA, we pay a lot of attention to trying to showcase the very best when we put our television schedule together in partnership with our friends at ESPN and NBA TV.
Thank you. Let's see the results of the poll. Wow, it's
I just wanted to say one thing, because the way it's worded it's difficult to, because you said, Laurel, and it's exactly how I answered it, best games. And the best games aren't necessarily your best teams, but you do want to have your best games on, but that doesn't, again, necessarily mean your best teams.
No, that's a good point. That's a good point. It does seem like it's in the middle. I would only ask that, you know, as we are, you know, the growth of the networks at the conference level in the collegiate space has tripled, doubled and tripled. Many of our conferences are saying, well, listen, we want to make sure we showcase every team. Everybody gets a trophy. Everybody gets a chance. And my thought is, as you're growing your sport, as we're growing this sport, we need to showcase the best. So maybe the way we asked the question could have been done better. But I just, I don't know if you all want to add anything to that. But showcasing your best, I think, is what you want to do when you are growing your sport.
Yeah, I think at the conference level, those of us in college could say this, coaches will argue, well, it's not fair recruiting advantage for the teams that are on television versus the teams that are not. I tend to think you should be putting your better teams on television. I don't really want anybody to see my team play when they're not good. But I also, especially recruits. But I also agree with the best game concept, because about 6-7 years ago, ESPN did, one of the Sunday marathon runs during the Play for K weekend, and they decided to televise Hartford and Marist. And this was at a time when both programs were like on the cusp of the top 25, and we were both pretty successful coming off of years where we had won games in the NCAA tournament, and probably right after they went to the Sweet 16. And I think we were in like the last window of the day. It was at Hartford. We almost sold the arena out, and the game went into overtime. And I don't remember who told me, but after the game, they said it was the highest rated game of the day. And by the end of that window, the entire nation was tuned into that game because it was the best one of the 4 that were showing. So sometimes, you know, you couldn't do that maybe in every year, have that kind of special moment. And at the time, you know, we weren't UConn playing Tennessee, but at that time for mid-major, Hartford playing Marist was equivalent. So that was the best teams and the best game for that level. So there are opportunities to showcase our sport at every level in different ways. But I do think that, you know, teams, you know, I know I'm biased because I went to UConn, but it's the most familiar team in the country. It's who people want to turn the television on to watch. And if they turn it on and get to see Notre Dame beating them, then all of a sudden now you got fans of Notre Dame because they would maybe have never turned the game on before if UConn wasn't playing them. So I think that there's, you know, obviously a balance, and I'm riding the fence on every single issue here today, but I try really hard to be objective and see both sides of things. And so, you know, I think it's pretty appropriate that it's about 50-50.
I'm going to just say, I'll say quickly, this is easier said than done at the conference level. I mean, because this is where the business and the desirability of that is countered by the student-athlete component, wanting to give every student-athlete a chance to be on TV. The recruiting element of that is not unimportant. So, yeah, but. This to me is a yeah, but.
It is a yeah, but. And I can tell you, I've never had a conference partner say, you have too many of our women's games on. We don't want that many games on, or you're showing too many of our teams. It's quite the opposite. Why aren't you doing more? Even though we did more than 275 exclusive games this year, why aren't you doing more for my conference? Why aren't you showing more of my teams? From a perception standpoint and from a rating standpoint, and what we find a national audience is interested in is what Jen said. You have some brands, some teams that resonate. I don't care who they're playing. They rate. People come in, they have a national following, and you have a good competitive game. May not be those same names, but I think it's there are brands that resonate, there are matchups that resonate. We need more big rivals, more rivalries in women's basketball. Some of those are interconference, some of those are non-conference, but we need more rivalries, and we need to be prepared to showcase them. So when we look at what are we showcasing, we absolutely want to showcase the big brands. We absolutely want to showcase the most competitive matchups, and we want to showcase big rivalries. Our core women's basketball fan, all of you, you're coming regardless. We're talking about how do we get more people to come to this sport? How do we get more people to tune in on television than to come and watch in the arena? And I think that's by showcasing some of the best and being willing to go there with the rivalries, being willing to go there when I'm showcasing the bigger brands.
Thank you. We have one question.
Yes. From an aspect, Kalia Collier, owner and general manager of the St. Louis Surge, we are building and we set the standard and the expectation. From a standpoint of inviting players, I'd have to say I disagree of going away from a neutral site, because from an overall positioning standpoint of strategy, are we taking the easy way out? It goes back to actually are we having fans that support the team or support basketball? So as a whole, what seems better for next year, is it better for year 3, 4, and 5? And I think that's a really big base of instilling that from the community outreach standpoint, of us setting that standard and expectation. You can't join our organization if you're not in community outreach, if you're not engaged in community. If that's not a natural part of you, you don't make a good fit. So that's a standing point from a coach. If we set that expectation, if you don't want to get engaged, if you don't naturally like kids and want to give back to the game, you're not my recruit for the day. But I wish you the best of luck at the next program that you continue on. And from a business standpoint of showcasing our best brand, we showcase the best product. From a standpoint, you don't go to a restaurant and say, we're going to put everything on the menu that we built in the hope someone picks it. You put what's your best at. That's you. So we don't want to also devalue and just say, all right, everyone gets a trophy today, because that's not competitive women's national basketball either, or the top NCAA programs. So not straddling the fence on that, I absolutely disagree, because we're growing the brand, not the team. And for us to have growth in the sport, we have to look at it from a whole perspective.
Thank you very much. So this brings us to the end of the second panel discussion. I want to make sure we give our panelists a round of applause. Thank you. And I'm now going to ask our third and final panel to come up. Yes, you have to stay. You want to switch seats with me? Okay. So on this next panel, is Kelsey in the room? Kelsey, is Kristen here? Christina? Oh, come on up. So on this next panel, we'll make sure you get up here first. Come on, Jeannie. Is Renee? Renee, you're here? Okay. Carolyn? Yeah. So I'm going to have you sit here because I don't want you to be so disconnected from everyone else, and this is yours. Yep. Okay. So I would also like to encourage the panelists that sat on the earlier sessions to stick around, because there may be some questions that you might want to answer at the very end of the session. So just let me introduce our panelists. There's Carolyn Campbell-McGovern. She is with the Ivy League. She's also the chair of our Women's Basketball Issues Committee at the collegiate level. Val Ackerman is here again. Christina Fogarty. So we have a student athlete. You know, we had Tamika. We appreciate you being a part. And Jeannie Ponsetto, our AD at DePaul University, and Renee Brown, who oversees our all-player personnel at the WNBA. Okay, so the last panel is usually the toughest. And so I'll start off with a question that really, you know, Carolyn, this is for you. Okay, so there's been a lot of discussion on how do we address issues of parity at the collegiate level. And one of the recommendations coming out of Val's report, we can blame it on Val, although we've been discussing it for quite a few years, is potential reduction in scholarships. To, you know, is there a perspective that some of the best teams are just stockpiling players? And how do we address that? How would you address that recommendation?
Thanks, Anuka. The Ivy League has a great model. You can all just no one gives scholarships, and then we can all be equitable, and that would work. That would be my first recommendation. In case you're not interested in that model, the Women's Basketball Issues Committee at the NCAA did, in fact, discuss this and took a close look at several of the Val's recommendations. And our perspective was that changing the scholarship limits would not actually accomplish what she had laid out. And I'll give you a few reasons why. One is that when we say we want more parity and more equity, I think what we don't mean is that we want to spread all of the talent out so that it goes across all 346 teams. What we want is we want to build more and better teams at the top, so that there are increasing number of teams who are vying for the national championship when we get to the Sweet 16. We want to see if more names and more different types of teams being able to make it that far. We've seen that on the men's side. Mm-hmm. We've seen a whole variety of different types of teams make it that far. And so what we're really trying to do is build a deeper talent pool that we can spread further, not spread the current talent pool over a greater space. So we think that if we were trying to do is spread the talent pool over a greater space, and maybe the right way would be to reduce the number of scholarships. That you'd have to reduce it so far down that it's not a place that is looking at all of the different aspects of what the Women's Basketball Issues Committee is balancing, it's not, doesn't meet several of the other criteria. So first, we didn't think it would accomplish what Val wanted. And second, we thought that it was not tenable to suggest that we cut the number of basketball scholarships for women in half, when of course we're also trying to promote opportunities for women. We were very enthusiastic about of course, the initiatives that we've already discussed today about increasing the pool and the things that we can do for that, by developing youth basketball, by making sure that we have that students have access to be able to develop their skills by doing something other than playing games, and in trying to move that forward in order to have a deeper pool. There could also be other recruiting rules that we could change that might make some adjustments at the margin, but in the most part, we think that it's a deeper talent pool that will solve this problem.
Sure. Thank you. This next question is for Jeannie. So we've seen over the last, really the last year and a half, 2 years, an increasing discussion on the demands on our student athletes. I actually spent some time at Northwestern University and talked to their student athletes about being more engaged in their own student body. And some of the feedback that I received is, we don't have any time to do that. We are so overscheduled at this point. What are some of the things that you as an AD are doing to address the scheduling, the demands on the student athlete's time, and then the need for them to be more integrated into campus life?
I think that's a good question. One of the things that we do with all of our student athletes at DePaul, and I don't know that we're unique in this, is that we talk to all of our student athletes about being involved in another program, club, or organization outside of athletics. And I pretty much require them to do that, because I do want them to be integrated, but also selfishly, it's a great way to market your women's basketball program and a lot of your other sports. If your student athletes are engaged with another program, club, or organization, whether it's a sorority or fraternity, or if it's, some sort of a student activity, or we have a club called Blue Crew, which is all of our students who get engaged in athletic events, but just get involved and meet other students, and then you can talk to them about coming and watching you play. So it's turned out to be a great marketing opportunity for us, and it's also given them access to a whole nother aspect of their college experience that they might not normally have. Now that's not easy to do, and the coaches have to buy into that. But we also, I think, have a very realistic view of how we're going to manage practice on a day-to-day basis. We're, I wouldn't say super limited in terms of facilities, but we have a facility that a lot of our programs have to share together. So our kids aren't in the gym 4 hours a day practicing basketball. They might be in the gym for 2 hours practicing basketball, and maybe they have a short window where they're watching film in preparation for practice, and then they've got some training room time and weight room time and all the rest of it. But the bottom line is, creating a set of expectations for them about what time management is, and about the preparation pieces that go with that time management, about what the real world is going to be like. And so, you've got 24 hours in a day. We want to make sure that you sleep 8 or 9 of them, and that you've probably got to go to school for another 3 or 4. And so, we kind of work backwards from there, and we talk about the expectations of what it is that you can do to engage and be involved in other things outside of your athletic experience. Now, we're at a place that really values community service, and it's also part of our curriculum. So a lot of our students get a lot of co-curricular community service experiences in addition to, this program, club, or organization that we ask them to be a part of.
Thank you. This next question is for Christina. Christine, sorry. Christina, okay. Tell me a little bit about your experience and how Vanderbilt fosters an environment where student athletes have a voice.
I think as far as my teammates and I go, at Vanderbilt, we really value the voice of the student athlete. And as the university as a whole, they really, really value us, our opinion. They like to unify us with the administration. We don't feel a separation. And I think as a student athlete, that increases the experience because you know the whys of things. You don't feel things are happening to you. You understand how we can further and use your resources to help get better. And as a recent senior graduating, my experience has been great, and I just want to encourage us to really unify. And I think as a student athlete, a lot of us feel that we can increase our voices. I polled, players from different conferences. I pulled players on my team, and they really had a sense of, they really had the sense that their voices aren't as loud as they wish they could be. They are on our university, but they also want to really increase it as far as the whole conference as a whole. So, they just, I'm sorry, a little nervous. Sorry, it's first time in front of a lot of people, but speaking on behalf of everyone, all the students in NCAAs, it's kind of tough, but I just tried my best to, really talk around to people and get their opinions, and we just really want to unify with the administration. So,
I think when clearly our student athlete, when you think about this particular age group, they're tremendous just drains on your time. Right. And so, and when I know, wow, I played how many years ago? 30? And did I really say that? But at that time, it was just a different experience than today's student athlete. And my daughter's a student athlete. So, she'll say, I have the academic advisor, I have judo practice, I have strength and conditioning, I have swimming, I have, I've got to see my athletic trainer. There's a tremendous drain on your time. And so, as the elephant in the room is there's more discussions about the dissatisfaction that our student athletes have. A lot of student athletes say it's an unbelievable experience as well. So the question is, and I'll bring this to Renee, how do you ensure that the athletes at the WNBA level have a voice? Talk to us about that.
Okay, first of all, Christina, they need more athletes like you, student athletes like you, and what you're doing. That's excellent what you are doing. About the WNBA, as you guys know, we tipped in 1997. We are a business headed up by Val when we first tipped. And we understood that the players coming into our leagues, they were our employees. And so what ended up happening with them, in 1999, they decided to unify and get themselves a players' union. And we respected them for wanting to do that. We respected their voice back then, and we continue to. And as you know, we now have, and just closed our 4th CBA. But in saying that, before that, we respected what they were saying and knew what they wanted and wanted to work closely with them. And we continue to do that in so many ways. And so Tamika is their president of the union. We're open to talking to them at any time, even if it's not about the CBA. Our teams are, the league is, with Laurel being the leader of the WNBA. So we try to keep an open office, an open policy, that if there's a question or anything the players needed to talk about, we do just that. And it's important to us because we understand they are the brand. We have to have them engaged with us in order to move our business. So we just keep those doors open.
That's a great point. One of the things that we're challenged with and we have to continue to keep mindful of is that, as you say, it really starts with your players. They have to have a voice. The only reason we're in this room today is because of these student athletes, or the athletes. So the question to the group, and I'd love for you to chime in, Jeannie, Val, how do we ensure an ongoing healthy balance with our student athletes as well as our athletes in the WNBA? How do you ensure that they have a seat at the table and that they feel like they have input and that they can give us what may be negative, controversial feedback without any negative repercussions?
Well, at our place, our student athletes do have a voice. I mean, we have a captain's council, which is made up of all of our captains, but we also have a group meeting once a month of a lot of student leaders on campus, of which our captain's council are a part of. And so our students our student athletes interact a lot and have a voice in what they say. Right now with the conversation and discussion that they see about unionization, I mean, I think our kids are a little taken aback by it, to be quite frank with you. I think, they look at the value of what their athletic scholarship is, and, and I think they are starting to understand, does that mean I would have to pay taxes on my $55,000 a year athletic scholarship in addition to, a whole bunch of other things that might be the result of a unionization. And I think, our student athletes are also in a situation where they have outstanding academic support services. Our women's basketball program, for example, is the #2 GPA in the country, in addition to all the other myriad of things that they engage in. So I think there's recognition on their part. I think the whole unionization concept is a little bit frightening because it's going to change the dynamic and change the relationship that they may also have with their coach. And I think, I understand at the outset, the interest of the group is really about getting better medical services. One of the things that strikes me really in a very kooky kind of way at Northwestern, where this all initiated, is they have one of the most outstanding medical facilities in the country. So it was unusual to me that would be a cause for concern on their part, which only leads me to believe that a lot of this stemmed there because Chicago is such a union-friendly city, and so, it became the right opportunity and the right place to sort of forge this cause. But I think, I think our student athletes have a tremendous voice on a lot of different levels, but I'm in a smaller program that doesn't have football. I know who all my student athletes are. They all know that they can come to my office or anybody at the administrative level. So it's a very different dynamic when you're at an institution that doesn't have football than when you're at an institution that does have football. I can only imagine.
No, I think Jeannie said it right. I think, and I said this to the coaches this morning at the business session, I don't think any of us can ignore what I call the asteroids, firing down the external forces that are bringing themselves to bear on intercollegiate athletics. The combination of O'Bannon and what that could mean in terms of compensation back to student athletes because they're on television. Okay, that's what that case is now down to. It's gone to trial in June. The Kessler litigation, which is focused on football and men's basketball, has important ramifications, even though women's sports and women's basketball and Olympic sports aren't in there. It nonetheless has important questions that no one that I've read has been able to answer yet about, okay, what does that mean for Title IX and equity? Do those laws still apply if all of a sudden this sort of, the benefits change? Do the women have to get it too? And what does that mean for the economics of DePaul or Ivy League schools or other Big East schools? No one seems to know. And then you have the unionization effort and all that brings. And as Renee noted, this is something the pro leagues live with. Laurel's been there. We've been there sort of, with the threat of a lockout and salary caps. You think the NCAA has troubles at times enforcing rules? Wait till they have a salary cap, and trying to enforce a salary cap. Again, I'm sort of not here to sort of, trot out the parade of horribles here because the media are writing those up and others will find out. But I think that all said, I think what's relevant about these asteroids is that it is bringing to the forefront the fact that these students, and they are students in college sports, they're not employees, they're not pros. They're at the heart of this. In the case of women's sports, very few are going to go on and play professionally. This isn't like football or men's basketball. The WNBA is really hard to make a team. And it's 4 years you're in the school. So the fact is we have a business and we're talking about the commercial opportunities and challenges, but I think the context has to stay at forefront, which is that this is a component of higher education. We're using these programs as a component of their education so that they can go on and be leaders. They're going to not all play pro sports. They're going to be athletic directors, or they're going to work on in television, or they're going to be lawyers or doctors or engineers and do great things. And they're going to always look back on this experience and say, wow, I played for DePaul, I played for Doug Bruno. That was just an incredible experience, and I wouldn't be here today if that didn't happen to me. And so at the end of the day, it is, it does come back, maybe this is sort of a beginning of a closing comment, there is a balancing act that we're all doing and have to stay mindful of. And when I did this research, I didn't get into any of that. I sort of was limited by the scope of the assignment to talk about things I knew, in terms of commercial areas, but there is this whole area of student athlete welfare and this whole, parade of issues that really do need to be talked about, and the athletes have to have a say in that. There's no question about it.
So I'm going to move on to another topic that I think is very
it's very important relative to the women's space, the women's sports space. And that's the declining number of women in the coaching profession. And clearly, it goes without saying that you should hire the best coach for the job. But there is a continuing decline in our pipeline of women. And I'd like to understand, Jeannie, I guess I would ask you first, what are your thoughts on, what are the causes of that, and then how do we bridge that?
I think this is a good news, bad news as a result of Title IX, to be honest with you. I think if you look before 1972 when Title IX was passed, most women who went to college were either going to be teachers or were going to be nurses. And I think one of the things that immediately happened after Title IX passed is all those quotas for business school and medical school and dental school and a whole bunch of other areas got lifted immediately. And I kind of lived through that. So a lot of my teammates and classmates that I started out with at DePaul at that time were maybe in education, but the younger women who came in started to be business majors and started to go into pre-med programs and a whole pre-law programs. And the resulting effect of that is a lot of student athletes or a lot of people who come through the continuum of student athlete and then move on to maybe teaching or coaching really started to dissipate. So I think that was one of the unintended consequences of Title IX that, like I said, good thing, bad thing. But I think that really made the pool a lot smaller. And I think that's pretty much what's happened and what we're dealing with now. Now, candidly, the salaries have gotten a lot better. So you think that would continue to attract more women. But it is a quality of life that I think women have to really take a look at and whether or not they want to strike that balance, especially if they think that, they want to be in a relationship or if they want to have children and how that's all going to impact it, because the nature of the business of the coaching profession or even sometimes the athletic administration profession is that it's a lot of long days. It's not a 9-to-5 type of an opportunity. And if you're someone who doesn't want to make a commitment to do what Jen does and work 80 hours a week, during the course of the basketball season, then it might not be as attractive. So I think we've done the things to make it more attractive by increasing the salaries. And I think at the end of the day, I think, sometimes women are choosing not to go that route because of the, inordinate time commitment. And especially if they have family commitments or they have elderly parents or whatever the case might be. And guys don't have a tendency, and this is no offense to the men in the room, to worry about that because they might have a partner on the other side, or they might have somebody who picks up the dry cleaning, picks up the kids, does the homework, and does all those kinds of things. But I think when you're the woman in that situation, my guess is that Jen is the one who still picks up her kids, and I'm sure she has a husband who's very on her staff and a very willing guy to go pick up the dry cleaning and go do the grocery shopping. But we're still fighting a lot of those traditional models, and I think it's made it really challenging for women. I'm happy about the piece though where the salaries are better. I think that's been more of an enticement, but I still think that the time commitment of the profession has made it more challenging.
Val, what are your thoughts? I'm sorry, Renee?
I'm torn because I think about something that Madeleine Albright said, and she said there should be a special place in hell for women who don't help women. And I think about that a lot. I really do. And I say that when Michael Cooper and Bill Laimbeer were coming into our league, I remember being really upset because I kept saying, wait a minute, we've got to give the women an opportunity. And I still believe that to this day. But women have got to earn it just like men have earned it. I want to see the very best. Whoever you are, no gender, who are the best? Who wants it the most? If it's important to you and you've got to drop off your child to make sure you make it to a practice, make sure you do that. I look around the room, and since I've been here, I see a lot of young women here. And in my mind, I'm like, we've got to give these women opportunity. They've got to have an opportunity to see if it's something that they want to do. And I think we all do it together. I really do. There are women coming out of college, you guys. There are some talented players coming out of college. I think about Cynthia Cooper. Look what she did. Dawn Staley, Jennifer Rosati. There's Cheryl Swoops being given that opportunity. They've got to have an opportunity. Opportunity and access to me are the key. But you gotta earn it. It's a privilege to be there. But if it's something that they want, and every woman in this room and man in this room, you've got these young, talented women coming up that are passionate about this sport. We need to get them ready. It's my opinion.
Do you have any thoughts on that from the student athlete perspective?
People in Christina's class have gone on to coaching.
Yeah, I mean, going on to coaching, that would be something that I definitely would love to experience, like have an opportunity. Like you said, I think there are a lot of talented people coming out. So I think having that opportunity would be, I mean, just everything. Because when you're little, that's all you dream about is staying in touch with basketball for as long as possible. And like you said, with WNBA, not many people go on to play professionally. So I guess coaching is another opportunity to stay in touch with basketball for as long as they choose.
Sure, and you know what? To that point, women's basketball at the collegiate level it shows the most diversity. There are more women of color playing this sport, maybe second to women's track and field. And so when you take that a step further, because of that, you have more diversity in the coaching ranks, and there's more diversity in officiating. So I guess my biggest challenge is how do you maintain that pipeline when you're seeing fewer and fewer?
I think one of the other things I want to add to, I think that our college campuses need to be better at, and I know we've done this at our place, and I think Maryland has done this at her place. You need to provide opportunities for women to be able to do the positions. Completely agree from a hiring standpoint, but once they're hired, there are lots of us in the industry that have made accommodations for small children to be able to travel with the team at the university's expense with someone to help and assist with those child care needs. And because that's really one of the only ways I think that you're going to be able to get women to get involved in the profession that are interested in having a family, for instance, and then be able to keep them there. Mm-hmm. So there has to be a mindset to be able to make those accommodations. And a lot of institutions, candidly, are unwilling to do that because it's not something they offer across the board. So they really are making an exception. But I think it's one of the things that in higher ed that would be better if we created a model that really afforded institutions the opportunity to be able to do that, because I think it's one of the other critical pieces that has to happen for especially young women coaches.
Thank you, Jeannie. Question, Marilyn.
Well, a comment to begin with, but from a media standpoint, I think if America can fall in love with the sport of curling, then women's basketball is going to be just fine. But the other comment I just want to make, how did I do that?
Taking the mic, you guys.
Yeah, no, I've been struck today just listening and with a very great group of panelists all across the board. Impressive. But I'm struck totally by, I think, the siloing that's been going on, because just your conversation across the podium has shown that there are so many different places where everybody's making such terrific progress. And I think, Christina, you're talking about the voice of the student athletes. It seems to me that the communication has got to improve. And we've got to somehow make sure that we're crossing these silos and getting this information, because it's not just all about college basketball. It's not just about college basketball players. And even when we talk about the lack of women, it's not just about women in coaching. There are some fabulous jobs up there for all sorts of women in all sorts of different areas. And so we would be, there's got to be a way that the silos can come down and we can start talking, because you're not going to solve this if we just keep talking about only coaches and only college basketball and only this and only that. We've got to start talking to each other.
Excellent point. Really excellent point. And that brings me to a point in this discussion where when we started this, obviously Val made the recommendation to have this summit, right? Because we're talking about a lot of the same issues across at virtually every level of our sport. You know, I think that there's a lot to be said about getting in a room and really having an authentic discussion about how we move this sport forward, and then putting together who are those key players on each level and getting them in a room every year or once or twice a year, so that we are opening up the lines of communication. There's so much to be learned with what we're doing at the WNBA level, because that is a product, straight up product. They have a bottom line. We're starting to see more of that at the collegiate space, and it's been met with some consternation. So how do we deal with that? Because the realities are, if we're asking for bigger budgets, bigger salaries, we have to expect a higher level of scrutiny relative to the return on that investment. All knowing that it really ends at the collegiate level with the student athlete. But we have to create an environment, and my hope is that this becomes a great platform for us to start a wider, a bigger, more open discussion on all levels with regards to the growth of our sport. I'll say that, and in saying that, I can also feel very confident in saying we're in a great place. What we've been able to accomplish in women's basketball is second to none. And at the collegiate level, we bring in the third highest revenues of all of our championships. And from a rating standpoint, women's basketball outrated 19 of the 27 bowl games last year, was it? 19 of the 27 bowl games. So we've got a tremendous story to tell. So it's not all doom and gloom, but I think the point of the white paper recommendations were to say, you know what? We're plateauing somewhat, and we need to get after it. Because all of those women and men that helped build this product and build where we are, they're in the back nine of their careers. And if we don't take some initiative to start to grow this sport and take a deep, authentic, real look at what we're doing at the campuses, at the WNBA level, what's happening at the youth space, we're in a deep amount of trouble. So I really hope that this was an opportunity to come together and really talk and dialogue on those specific issues. And my hope is that it grows. And I will do whatever I can. And I know this, the panelists and all of you out there, because we're talking about a lot of the same things. We'll look to potentially do something on a yearly basis or even a quarterly basis for the smaller group, because there's a tremendous amount of passion out there. So I want to thank the guests. We have ESPNW has provided us a reception right outside the doors. If you go to your left, and where is it? It's right outside the doors here. And I want to thank them. The growth of our sport, we can definitely attribute to the amount of exposure we've been able to get at all levels. So thank you, thank ESPNW, and thank the panelists.